Chapter 313. I'm looking forward to Sister Xiaoyuan's method. Your first meeting gift is already so low. How many other methods do you have to show me later? I'm not going to bicker with you. It's useless. Let's see who can stay popular longer. There are so many sharp-tongued people before me. Look at where they are now. You will be the next one to disappear in front of me. Lin Che snorted coldly. Okay, I also want to see what other tricks Sister Xiaoyuan has up her sleeves. Just come, but I warn you, always leave a way out for yourself. A way out? What? Do you want to let the old man behind you take care of you? You're so naive. Little girl, a kept man is a kept man. He's just playing with your young body. When you become a black fungus, who do you think will still care about you? Old man? Why didn't I know that I became an old man? However, just as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly appeared behind her, shocking everyone. She turned her head in astonishment. Listening to the deep and melodious voice that sounded like a cello, she instinctively felt that the person had an extraordinary aura. She turned back and saw a group of people stopping by the roadside. The person who spoke was the man who got out of one of the cars. Xian Xiaoyuan was stunned. Suddenly, she heard someone whisper behind her, Gu. Gu Jingze. Xian Xiaoyuan was shocked. Gu Jingze? Gu Jingyu's mysterious brother? Looking at the face that was somewhat similar to Gu Jingyu's, and then looking at the posture behind him, there were only a few men with such power in B City. This was really Gu Jingze. Xian Xiaoyuan was stunned. Lin Che was also stunned behind her. He didn't expect Gu Jingze to suddenly come here. Gu Jingze glanced at Xian Xiaoyuan and the row of people who were in a daze. He took the opportunity to look in Lin Che's direction and walked over. Soon, he walked to Lin Che's side. Lin Che raised his head and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. You. Gu Jingze stared at Lin Che and didn't even look at Xian Xiaoyuan. It was as if he only had eyes for Lin Che. He put his hand on Lin Che's shoulder and looked at her. Who just said that you're being supported by an old man? Look at me, am I old? Lin Che looked past Gu Jingze and looked at Xian Xiaoyuan, who was behind him. How could it be? Someone is deliberately slandering you. Don't be angry. Behind them, Xian Xiaoyuan's body shook. She had never expected that Lin Che wasn't having an affair with Gu Jingyu, but with Gu Jingze, the man in the photo was Gu Jingze? She rolled her eyes and said fearlessly, Mr. Gu, I really didn't know it was you. I really didn't know because Lin Che has always been on good terms with Gu Jingyu. Everyone thought that she and Gu Jingyu, at this time, she was still trying to sow discord. She was really hopeless. Gu Jingze snorted. Since when do I need an outsider to comment on my family affairs? Xian Xiaoyuan choked. His face instantly turned black and white, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Gu Jingze then pulled Lin Che to his side. Actually, I promised Lin Che that I would let her work hard in her own field, and I wouldn't get too involved. But now that someone is secretly taking photos of me and spreading them like crazy, I'm afraid this is no longer just Lin Che's problem, so Xian Xiaoyuan paused again. If she had known that it was Gu Jingze, she wouldn't have dared to secretly take photos and upload them. Everyone knew that Gu Jingze liked to keep a low profile. If there were any photos, he would immediately delete them. But now he found out that she had directly uploaded the photos and even said that he was Lin Che's sugar daddy. Wasn't she courting death? Even if she wasn't, she could be considered to have offended Gu Jingze's woman. Xian Xiaoyuan didn't want to show weakness to this woman, Lin Che. Looking at the two of them, she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Che didn't say anything about her relationship with Mr. Gu. Lin Che is usually so arrogant and domineering, and she has offended many people. I'm not the only one who can't get along with her. This photo might not have been posted by me. Lin Che looked at Xian Xiaoyuan with a sneer. At this time, she still wanted to say bad things about her. This Xian Xiaoyuan really didn't give up until the end. Gu Jingze looked at Xian Xiaoyuan. Do you mean that I have no evidence, and yet I'm falsely accusing you? Of course I didn't mean that, Gu Jingze said. Besides, do you think that I, Gu Jingze, need to talk to people about evidence? Xian Xiaoyuan was stunned. Gu Jingze took Lin Che's hand. Let's go. Don't let unnecessary people disturb your mood. Let them deal with those annoying things. He turned around and said lightly, according to the usual rules, help me deal with it. The people behind immediately nodded. Xian Xiaoyuan's whole body went limp. Only then did she feel that something was wrong. She quickly looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che and said, Mr. Gu, maybe I did something wrong. Can I apologize to you? But Gu Jingze had already walked out without looking back. Xian Xiaoyuan wanted to follow behind, but she was blocked by the bodyguards. Xian Xiaoyuan shouted, let go of me. Let go, Mr. Gu. I haven't finished speaking. Gu Jingze's people just wouldn't let her go. She stood there angrily and could only stand there and watch Gu Jingze leave with Lin Che. Her heart was flustered and confused, and she even told herself that maybe it would be okay. Yes. The assistant watched the line of cars leave directly. One by one, she almost went limp. Dead. What does Gu Jingze mean? Isn't it a dead end to offend Gu Jingze? What else can he mean? God. Why is it Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze has always been ruthless. He won't give anyone any leeway. We won't be implicated, will we? How on earth did Lin Che know Gu Jingze? This is too incredible. Xian Xiaoyuan angrily turned her head and scolded, what are you talking about? I don't believe he can really do anything to me. I haven't been in this business for so many years for nothing. As she said that, she thought about her connections and picked up the phone. As she walked, she made calls to think of a way. The assistant behind was not so optimistic at all. He just watched Xian Xiaoyuan go in and continued to talk there. Gu Jingze has already said it so absolutely. Moreover, who in countries he can go against Gu Jingze? I think Xian Xiaoyuan has really hit a nail this time. I already said to leave a way out for her. Now it's great. No wonder Lin Che is so powerful. I didn't expect the person behind her to be Gu Jingze. The next day, when Lin Che arrived at the set, he learned that Xian Xiaoyuan had been replaced by Song Shuhai. She was fired from the crew and replaced by Song Shuhai. And everyone looked at Lin Che's expression and became nervous again. Chapter 314. Lin Che followed Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin in. He could see that they were looking at Lin Che with much more respect than before. Lin Che said speechlessly, what's wrong? Like a mouse seeing a cat. Am I that scary? Yu Minmin said, Xian Xiaoyuan was banned because of you just now. Everyone naturally thinks that you're more powerful than Xian Xiaoyuan. Is that why they're so afraid of you? Fuck, they don't even know what's going on, and they're already afraid of me. Yang Lingxin said from behind, of course it's because Sister Che is much more powerful than Xian Xiaoyuan. Who does Xian Xiaoyuan think she is? How can she compare to Sister Che? Sister Che has Gu Jingze. Once Mr. Gu makes a move, there's nothing that can't be solved. Lin Che paused. Although this was the truth and many of her problems were solved by Gu Jingze, she didn't want it to be like this. She was very grateful to Gu Jingze for helping her, but it also made her feel a little guilty. This time it was the same. After Gu Jingze made a move, the photos and rumors outside were all blocked. Only a small number of people were still discussing who Lin Che was holding hands with. Yu Minmin released another statement, saying that it was just a scene on the day of filming. She vaguely said that Lin Che was filming a reality show that day. Many people said that it was probably what it looked like during filming and that it wasn't Lin Che at all. Hence, the matter was just vaguely forgotten. Yu Minmin said, alright, I know you admire Gu Jingze. Alright, let's continue filming. Song Shuhai has a much higher EQ than Xian Xiaoyuan. I don't think he'll come looking for trouble again. After that, the filming went smoothly. Lin Che returned home early. Gu Jingze was also at home. He looked at Lin Che and said, alright, come in and choose a dress for the wedding in a few days. Lin Che nodded. She remembered that it was Gu Jingyan's wedding soon, so she quickly went in to choose. Actually, there was no need to choose too much. It was fine as long as it was solemn. After all, she wasn't the main character that day. There was no need to dress too well. She just needed to be a supporting character. Lin Che thought, Gu Jingyan is so beautiful. She will definitely become the most beautiful bride in the world one day. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, then looked at the clothes. He randomly picked one and asked, "How about this one?" Gu Jingze looked at the red dress and said to her, "Well, very good. You're going there as the sister-in-law. Wearing this kind of red that's not too bright is festive, but it's not too bright. It'll be too eye-catching." Lin Che replied, "Oh, actually, he was a little absent-minded. He didn't even know that he had chosen a red dress." Gu Jingze actually liked to see her wearing this kind of red clothes. This kind of bright color on her body did not feel the slightest bit vulgar, but brought a fresh taste. With a wave of his hand, he had the servants take the clothes away. He selected some clothes and had them ironed and tidied up. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze, saying indifferently, "Thank you." Gu Jingze was really patient. He even took care of such a small matter for her. There was also the matter of Xian Xiaoyuan, which was also neatly eliminated by him. Gu Jingze said, "You don't have to thank me for such a small thing." Lin Che said, "There's still a lot of things to do." Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. I know that you're a careless person. If I don't think about it, you won't remember. It's my fault for having a good memory. I can only bear part of the responsibility for your terrible IQ." "How can that be?" "I'm just a little slow. Of course, I know that I have to prepare the clothes. Alright, you don't have to rush to explain. Anyway," he reached out and stroked her head. "It's enough to have one smart person in a family. It's okay if you continue to be silly." What did he mean by a family? How was she a family with him? Although she thought so, she still felt warm in her heart when she heard that he thought of them as a family. Even if they were only a family for a short time, they were still a family when they were together. Lin Che smiled and didn't care so much. She picked up the shoes on the floor and said, "Hee, I won't stand on ceremony then. Anyway, we're a family, so there's no need to be so calculative, right? Hey, which pair of shoes do you think looks better?" Gu Jingze smiled and pointed at a pair of black shoes. The dark red matched this color. It should look good. The wedding of the Gu family was naturally celebrated by the whole city. Many people were envious of the marriage between the rich and the powerful. Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichun were a match made in heaven. They were perfect for each other. The reporters were already stationed outside the Gu family's house. Only 3 media outlets were allowed to enter, and they were all mainstream media outlets. The rest of the media, as well as gossip reporters, were waiting outside. For a moment, the Castillo Hotel, which was owned by the Gu family, was surrounded by all kinds of luxury cars and reporters. The wedding would depart from the Gu family's old mansion in the morning. Lin Che and Gu Jingze woke up early and went back to the old mansion. As for the old house, everything was ready. Gu Jingyan didn't send anyone to pick up the bride. She just wanted to have a simple wedding. She would walk the red carpet with Liu Beichun and say their wedding vows in front of everyone. Although the Gu family thought it was a little simple, they still followed their child's wishes. But early in the morning, both families had to leave their own homes and go to the hotel first. At the Liu family's house, Liu Chuxia was already ready. She was dressed up as a sister-in-law. When Mama Liu came out and saw Liu Chuxia, she asked, "Where's your brother? Why isn't he coming down after so long?" Liu Chuxia said, "Who knows? Don't worry about him. He'll come down sooner or later. By the way, Mom, do you think my dress is beautiful?" Mama Liu looked at Liu Chuxia. "Yes, my daughter. How can you not be beautiful? I just got the clothes from Paris. I was wondering whether I should wear the clothes made by Carrie in Paris or the ones made by Italy." Mama Liu was speechless. "Why did you spend so much money on your brother's wedding? Everyone is looking at the bride today. No one will look at you." "How do you know no one will look at me? Today, I'm going to show Gu Jingze that a rich young lady like me is not comparable to a wild duck like Lin Che." Mama Liu shook her head and said, "He already has a wife. You should be careful. His wife was forced to marry by the Gu family. What's the difference between having a wife and not having a wife? Of course it's different. If he has a wife, he has a wife. If you act like this, others will give you advice. Moreover, Gu Jingze might not like you." "Mom, you just said that I'm the prettiest. What's wrong with me? Why doesn't he like me?" Lu Chuxia said angrily. Chapter 315. Mama Lu said, that child, Gu Jingze, has always been different from ordinary people. Now, in Country C, he is already at the top, and his vision is unimaginable. If you go up to him like this, I think he'll only hate you even more. That's where you're wrong. No man can resist a woman's weakness. Moreover, I'm better than Lin Che in every way, whether it's family background, wealth, or ability. I, Lu Chuxia, haven't spent so many years in Country C for nothing. Moreover, I've saved his life before, haven't I? Mama Lu said, I naturally hope that you can find a good partner. If he wasn't already married, I would also want you to be fated to marry such a strong and good man. Now, Sigh, forget it. Anyway, you children are each more immature than the other. Your brother isn't in contact with that Fu Chenxi? I don't think so. That kind of lowly woman is just like Lin Che. She's not worthy of a family like us. Brother must have been blinded by greed. In the past, Lu Chuxia didn't hate Fu Chenxi. But now, because of Lin Che, she really hated those lower-class commoners. Lin Che and Gu Jingze first arrived at the Gu mansion. After entering the house, Gu Jingze took Lin Che to see Gu Jingyan. Lin Che looked around. In the past, this place was very spacious, but today, it was occupied by many relatives and friends. There were really a lot of people here, and it was dazzling. Inside, from stylists, makeup artists, videographers, and wedding planners, a bunch of people stood there, waiting anxiously. It was as if this was not a wedding, but a national operation. Lin Che was speechless. He tugged at Gu Jingze's arm and said, It's so grand. It's like the wedding of the century, often seen on TV. Gu Jingze looked around and said, Of course. This is the Gu family's first wedding in years. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Because we didn't have a wedding, this is very grand, and the people outside are also very interested. Luckily, we didn't have one. Otherwise, wouldn't your wedding be even bigger since you're a man? Lin Che thought. At that time, he only thought it was troublesome and didn't think about Gu Jingze's identity. Now that he thought about it, if they really had such a big wedding, she would definitely be scared to death. Gu Jingze said, Of course. Wow. Thank goodness, Lin Che mumbled. However, Gu Jingze frowned slightly. The two of them went inside and saw Gu Jingyan at first glance. Her wedding dress was huge and dragged on the ground. She looked like a fairy in the jungle. She was especially beautiful and had a kind of illusory beauty. Lin Che said in amazement, So beautiful. The wedding dress was beautiful, and so was the bride. Gu Jingze was also looking at his younger sister's beauty. He smiled and held Lin Che's arm as they walked in. Gu Jingyan turned around and looked at them. Second brother, little sister-in-law. Lin Che exclaimed, Wow, Jingyan, you're so beautiful. As a bride, Gu Jingyan was naturally a bit shy. However, perhaps it was because she was used to being competitive. At this time, she was not like an ordinary girl who had a gentle and beautiful feeling. On the contrary, she was still so arrogant. Gu Jingyan said, Sister-in-law will be more beautiful than me in the wedding dress. Gu Jingze glanced sideways at Lin Che. He couldn't help but imagine how she would look in her wedding dress. She was so small. In the wedding dress, she would be very cute. Although Lin Che was not considered short in the eyes of others because she was thin and Gu Jingze was too tall, she always felt very small in Gu Jingze's eyes. Gu Jingze suddenly felt a little excited to see her in the wedding dress. It was a pity that they had not held a wedding ceremony. Otherwise, he felt that she would be more beautiful than Jing Yan in the wedding dress. After all, a woman would be at her most beautiful on the day of her wedding. However, he had yet to see her most beautiful side. Thinking of this, Gu Jingze felt even more regretful. After the preparations were done at the Gu family mansion, the procession set off in the afternoon and headed towards the hotel. As the procession moved, the media followed them. They couldn't get close, so they followed from afar. And along the way, many media outlets had already posted this on the internet. On Weibo and Tieba, all kinds of news about the grand wedding immediately became the headlines. The number of comments was endless. Everyone was speechless. They thought that the wedding of a wealthy family was really impressive. It looked grand. From afar, the procession looked like a car show. As for Gu Jingyan's dowry, everyone was envious of her. Whoever married such a woman would be marrying a gold mine. Lin Che looked back along the way and couldn't stop praising. Look at those reporters. They're working hard, chasing and taking pictures. There are too many people. It's so scary. The Gu family's business is really not a small matter. Oh, right. Why don't I see Big Brother? Big Brother went to the hotel first. It's too dangerous to drive like this. Oh, that's true. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Inside, the largest circular auditorium on the top floor was already ready. Gu Jingyan went inside to prepare. Gu Jingze, who liked to keep a low profile, also stood inside and looked out. In the hall, there were many people coming and going. The people of the Liu family had arrived one after another. The grand event was approaching. Mu Wanqing was very busy but also very happy. After all, it was her daughter's wedding, so she must be very happy. Seeing Lin Che there, Mu Wanqing walked over and said, "Little Che, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here with Jingze?" Lin Che said, "It's so busy outside. I don't want to go and cause trouble." Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che's clothes. Little Che, you're so beautiful today." "Mom, no way. Jing Yan is the most beautiful today. She's cold every day. She's not as sweet as you. She didn't hold a wedding according to the etiquette of the ancestors and insisted on making it simple. Now it's simple. Look, that Liu Beichen isn't here yet. He's usually busy, but he's also busy with the wedding. Sigh, if only my daughter was like Xiao Che. Look at how good you and Jingze are." Gu Jingze said, "Fortune favors fools. Jing Yan is used to being strong. She knows how to protect herself, so she naturally doesn't need to find a particularly powerful husband." "You're so annoying." "I'm not that stupid. You make it sound like you're so powerful." Gu Jingze only glared at her and said, "Everyone knows that I'm powerful." Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingze. "All right, don't bully little Che for no reason." Gu Jingze said, "Don't worry. She likes it when I bully her." Lin Che glared. Just then, someone came to call Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing quickly went to work. Lin Che reached out and hit Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled and said, "Am I wrong? You usually like it when I bully you." As he spoke, he blew lightly into her earlobe. Chapter 316. Lin Che blushed. "I'm going to ignore you. You're so mean. How dare you bully me here? I'm going to get Mom to protect me."
"Come back."
Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che, who was about to run away. "What's there to protect? She can't wait for me to bully you more so that she can have a grandson." "You." At this moment, Lin Che raised his head and looked at the few people following Mu Wanqing. They seemed to be reporting something. Mu Wanqing was very tough in front of others. Lin Che had seen her teach Lin Li a lesson, so he knew that Mu Wanqing was not someone to be trifled with. After a while, someone came over and whispered to Gu Jingze, "Gu Jingyu is here." Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingyu is here. Then Gu Jingze said, "He has to come back for Jingyan's wedding." "It's okay. I'll go and have a look. Wait for me here." "Oh, okay." Lin Che listened and nodded his head. After watching Gu Jingze leave, Lin Che took a walk around the area. The people around them seemed to be discussing the wedding. Lin Che heard someone say, "Many people are envious of the marriage between the Liu family and the Gu family. But who asked the bride and groom to know each other since high school? They can be considered childhood sweethearts and well-matched in terms of social status? There are so many people here. Of course, everyone is rushing to attend the Gu family's wedding. I had to ask many people to get my invitation. Why don't I see Gu Jing? That person is so low-key. He must have gone into hiding. You won't be able to see him even if you want to. Look, that's old Madame Gu, right?" "That's right, Mu Wanqing, Miss Mu. She was a peerless figure back then. Do you see her now? She's so graceful and elegant. Let's go over and see if we can strike up a conversation." "I don't think it's possible. Old Madam doesn't communicate with others. She's in time for her daughter's wedding today. If she's happy, she might talk to you. Lin Che had always heard from others how cold the Gu family was, but she had never thought that they were difficult to get close to. Lin Che was still wondering when she heard someone say that Lu Chuxiao was here. She paused for a moment and immediately looked outside. Below, Lu Chuxiao was dressed in bright red. Surprisingly, she was wearing the same color as Lin Che. Lin Che was stunned. When he saw her walking directly towards Gu Jingze, he immediately felt a little uncomfortable. As soon as Lu Chuxiao came in, she attracted a lot of attention. Lu Chuxiao was also a socialite and extremely famous in the circle. Moreover, it was Gu Jingyan's sister-in-law's wedding day. Naturally, when she walked in, she attracted everyone's attention. Lu Chuxiao looked straight ahead and saw the most conspicuous person in the group, Gu Jingze. She looked down on all the playboys who were looking at her. She just walked towards Gu Jingze. Jingze. Hearing her call, the people around her turned to look at her. That sense of intimacy really made one's imagination run wild. Could it be that the Lu clan and the Gu clan were related in some way? Did Gu Jingze have something to do with Lu Chuxiao? That would be big news. Gu Jingze originally came to look for Gu Jingyu. When he saw Lu Chuxiao, he paused and asked, "Your brother is not here yet?" "How would I know?"
Probably.
"He has always been like this." "Don't worry, he will come in the end." How could he reject such a good sister-in-law? He is not blind. How could he reject such a famous lady like sister-in-law and find someone else? That's a good marriage. How could he reject such a famous lady? She said with a hidden meaning, but Gu Jingze did not look at her at all. He said directly, "As long as you are not late." After saying that, he turned and walked inside. Lu Chuxiao saw that and quickly followed. Gu Jingze's footsteps were too fast. Lu Chuxiao could not keep up too fast. After all, she was wearing high heels and had to pay attention to her image. She could only watch him walk away quickly. She lifted her skirt and slowly chased after him. "Jingze, why are you running?" she shouted. After turning a corner, she saw that Gu Jingze had returned to Lin Che's side. As soon as Lu Chuxiao's voice fell, she saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze standing together. Gu Jingze was dressed in black and Lin Che was dressed in red. The two of them inexplicably looked very compatible, especially Lin Che's dark red clothes and black high heels. When they stood together, it felt like they were in a couple's outfit. Lin Che's red robe was extremely flirtatious and dignified. There was even a hint of clarity between his brows. This kind of combination made people feel as if they were riding a roller coaster. Their gazes and hearts trembled along with it. In comparison, Lu Chuxiao's exquisite clothes didn't seem as fresh as before. Lu Chuxia did not expect that after she carefully dressed up, she would wear the same clothes as Lin Che. Moreover, standing next to Gu Jingze, Lin Che suddenly stood out. Lu Chuxia was stunned. When she saw Mu Wanqing coming from afar, she quickly smiled and said to Mu Wanqing, "Auntie, Io, Chuxia." "I couldn't tell at first glance." "You are so beautiful today," Mu Wanqing said as she came over. Lu Chuxia smiled shyly. "Thank you for the compliment, Auntie," Mu Wanqing said politely. Then, she turned to Lin Che and Gu Jingze and said with a smile, "Jingze, bring Lin Che to eat something. The ceremony will start in a while. It will probably be very slow. You guys won't have anything to eat." Lin Che quickly said, "It's okay, Mom. If I eat too much, my stomach will look big. I won't look good in clothes." "How can it not look good? Xiao Che, you look good in anything. All right, go eat. What if you get hungry? Jingze, bring Xiao Che in."
Okay.
Gu Jingze immediately pulled Lin Che in. Lu Chuxia did not arrive. Mu Wanqing looked so close to Lin Che. Seeing that Lin Che had left, Lu Chuxia walked to Mu Wanqing's side. "Auntie, Lin Che. I think I remember he's an artist, right?" "Yes, that's right. He's a celebrity," Mu Wanqing said. "Have you heard of her?" Lu Chuxia chuckled. "I've heard of him. However, I didn't expect Annie to be so open-minded. You even allowed an artist to marry into the Gu family." When Mu Wanqing heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Lu Chuxia. Lin Che is a very good girl. Jingze likes her. We all like her very much. Moreover, she is the young mistress of the Gu family and the future mistress of the Gu family. Lu Chuxia's eyes moved. What did Mu Wanqing mean? Was she saying that Lin Che was going to be the mistress of the Gu family in the future? How could the Gu family allow a commoner to be in Mu Wanqing's current position? Lu Chuxia did not believe it, but the Gu family had already married Lin Che. Naturally, they would not allow others to look down on the young mistress of the Gu family. Chapter 317. Lu Chuxia thought that she was being too rash, so she quickly smiled and said, Yes, I'm just curious. Looking at Lin Che, he doesn't seem to be the type that Jingze would like. In the end, they actually got married without a word. Mu Wanqing chuckled and said, It still depends on luck to meet the right person. Otherwise, no one knows what kind of person a person is suitable for. Look at how much Jingze dotes on Lin Che. How could Lin Che not be Jingze's type? Lu Chuxia paused and smiled awkwardly. Mu Wanqing glanced at Lu Chuxia, and her expression fell slightly. Without saying anything more, she walked forward. Mu Wanqing liked Lu Beichen very much, so she loved the house and its crow, so she was very polite to Lu Chuxia. Just now, she suddenly felt that Lu Chuxia's words were so brainless. She even dared to say bad things about Lin Che. What did that mean? Was she interested in Jingze? Mu Wanqing thought about it for a moment. Being urged by someone, she quickly walked in. Lu Chuxia gritted her teeth. When she saw her mother rushing over, she quickly went to greet her. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Mother Lu said, Your damned brother suddenly disappeared. I'm really worried to death. You're still walking around here. Hurry up and look for your brother. You youngsters must know that he often likes to wander around here. Lu Chuxia said, Mom, brother is not a child anymore. He naturally knows to come back early. What's the rush? He's getting married today. Don't you see how many people are watching here? How can I not be anxious? What are you doing here in such a hurry? Lu Chuxia said, Didn't I tell you that I'm interested in Gu Jingze? I think you'd better give up. Aren't you confident at all? It's said that the daughter-in-law of the Gu family has been married into the family for a while. Since she doesn't have a good family background, she must have a reason for marrying into the family. You'd better not get involved. Mom, what do you know? She married into the family only because the Gu family doesn't like Mo Huiling, so they chose a vixen to make Gu Jingze break up with Mo Huiling. Now that they have broken up, how can Lin Che compare to me? I don't believe that everyone in the Gu family really likes Lin Che and is willing to let Lin Che be the hostess of the Gu family. I will definitely be liked by Mrs. Gu and Old Master Gu. After all, Old Master Gu is in charge of this family. As long as I can be liked by Old Master Gu, my chances of marrying Gu Jingze will increase by half. Lu Chuxia looked at Mama Lu proudly. Mom, between me and Lin Che, who do you think Old Master Gu would like? Needless to say, Lu Chuxia was very confident in herself. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lu Chuxia, Mama Lu could only shake her head. Forget it. I'll go look for your brother first. Lu Chuxia no longer cared about her mother. She looked around and found Lin Che and Gu Jingze. When she saw Gu Jingze supporting Lin Che and standing next to her, she became even angrier. What right did Lin Che have to stand beside Gu Jingze? However, what made her even more annoyed was that Lin Che was standing there, not even the slightest bit intimidated by Gu Jingze's imposing manner. Beside her, she heard some people discussing curiously. She asked, Who's the beauty next to Gu Jingze?
I don't know.
Since she can stand beside Gu Jingze and talk to Mrs. Gu and the other relatives of the Gu family, she must have a special status. Could she be someone related to Gu Jingze? She's so beautiful. Standing beside Gu Jingze, she's such a good match. Yeah, that red dress is really attractive. Wasn't there a rumor that Gu Jingze and the daughter of the Lu family, the socialite Miss Lu? Some people even said that they might be related by marriage. Now that I look at it, it doesn't seem possible. I think it might be true. I think so too. Anyway, in terms of appearance, although she's not as dignified as Miss Liu, she's much prettier. That's right. That face looks a little familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? Forget it. Have you seen the people around Gu Jingze? In your dreams. But no matter what, to be able to enter the circle of the Gu family, her status must be extraordinary. Look, other than the Gu family, who else can enter that circle? Lu Chuxia was displeased. She placed the wine glass on the table with a clatter. At that moment, the people who were discussing just now noticed Lu Chuxia. For a moment, they felt awkward and quickly pretended not to say anything and went to talk about something else. Lu Chuxia snorted. She raised her arrogant face and walked straight inside. How dare she say that lowly woman Lin Che was prettier than her? Were these people blind? Lin Che saw that it was almost 12 o'clock. However, the wedding hadn't started yet. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Everyone was sizing them up, but Gu Jingze still didn't seem to have any reaction. The calmness on his face made people more and more confused. One moment, they felt safe, and the next moment, they felt a little panicked. Seeing that everyone seemed to be looking at Gu Jingze's reaction, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He tugged at the Gu family's arms and asked, "What's going on? Hasn't the wedding started yet?" Gu Jingze looked outside and said, "It's fine. We just have to wait." Lin Che said, "Is there a problem?" If Liu Beichen dares to do anything wrong, the Gu family won't let him off. So we just have to wait now. Lin Che felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips as he looked at the arrogant Gu Jingze. However, what made people gnash their teeth was that he had the right to be so arrogant. However, at this moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly walked out from inside. She took a few quick steps and looked at Gu Jingze. "Jingze, something's wrong." Lin Che suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mu Wanqing said in a low voice, "The Liu family said that Liu Beichen can't be found. We don't know where he went. Do you think this wedding?" Gu Jingze was stunned. He pulled Lin Che and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Lin Che nodded and felt that the situation was serious. He didn't say anything and nodded as he followed them. Mu Wanqing walked in front and went inside first, followed by Gu Jingze and Lin Che. Lu Chuxia was just about to look for Gu Jingze when she saw that everyone had gone inside. She was stunned for a moment. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and was about to follow them. However, before she could reach the door, she was stopped by the bodyguards. Lu Chuxia looked up angrily. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I'm Lu Chuxia. Let me in." Chapter 318. "Miss Liu, I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to enter," the bodyguard said coldly. Lu Chuxia looked at him in disbelief. "Why not? Didn't Lin Che and Gu Jingze just go in? Only members of the Gu family can enter. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. This is Master's order." Am I not allowed to enter? I know Gu Jingze very well." "That's what Master ordered," said the bodyguard. Lu Chuxia was even angrier. Then how can Lin Che go in as he pleases? Young mistress is a member of the Gu family. Of course, she can come and go as she pleases, the bodyguard said. Lu Chuxia was so angry that she was blocked outside. She could feel the eyes of the people around her, and a sense of humiliation rushed into her heart. However, when he saw that everyone was looking at him, he quickly turned his head away, pretending that he didn't care, and harumphed. Only the Gu family could enter. Everyone watched and thought to themselves. Indeed, it was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Even Lu Chuxia was stopped, let alone others. Gu Jingyan sat there alone. The long wedding dress was white and translucent, but at this moment it looked a little bleak. As if hearing someone enter, she raised her head slightly and nodded. Seeing the anxiety on everyone's faces, she said calmly, "It's okay. I know where he went. It's okay if he doesn't come, it's okay if he doesn't come. Anyway, the marriage has already been decided, and the procedures have already been handled. Today is just a formality." With that, Gu Jingyan stood up alone. "If he doesn't come, I'll come to the wedding alone." Everyone just looked at her in shock. Mu Wanqing stood up and said, Jing Yan, how can this be? Since the Lu family doesn't want to be related to us by marriage, then forget it. If you don't want to marry, then so be it. It's not like no one wants us. Let's cancel the wedding.
No.
Gu Jingyan turned around and said, I'm already his wife. The wedding can be cancelled, but the marriage can't be cancelled. Mu Wanqing still wanted to say something, but Gu Jingzi pressed Mu Wanqing down from behind. Mu Wanqing moved her lips, but she felt that it was not worth it for her daughter. However, Gu Jingyan just looked out of the window. So many people had come, and so many media outlets were waiting. How could the wedding be cancelled just like that? Her mother didn't want her to be hurt, but as the daughter of the Gu family, she couldn't let the Gu family be laughed at for her own sake. The only thing she could do now was not to run away. She wanted to save as much dignity as she could. Gu Jingyan lifted her dress and said to the flower girls behind her, Tell the MC that the wedding has begun. Outside, the people who were waiting for the wedding had indeed begun to talk about it. However, the Gu family was just so arrogant. Although everyone was curious, no one dared to rush them. At this moment, the MC on the stage announced in a slightly nervous voice that the wedding had begun. Only then did everyone cheer and applaud. It had finally begun. The uneasy feeling just now seemed to be able to subside. However, at that moment, the only person walking down the red carpet was Gu Jingyan. The bridegroom, however, had already disappeared. Many people would never forget such a special wedding for the rest of their lives. Gu Jingyan was extremely beautiful. She stood there alone and said calmly, I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. Luckily, I've prepared food and alcohol for everyone. Thank you all for coming to my wedding today. However, Liu Beichun is busy with work, so he can't attend the wedding right now. There was an uproar at the scene. What did that mean? The bridegroom was not attending the wedding? Then was the wedding still going on? Gu Jingyan smiled beautifully. But it doesn't matter. I will attend the wedding alone. I hope that everyone can enjoy the wedding with me today. Where's the music? Bring on the dance music. Everyone must enjoy this wedding party to the fullest. Everyone was really shocked, but no one dared to object. They looked at the Gu family's bodyguards next to them. Following the sound of the music, everyone quickly moved. The crowd was still looking at each other strangely. Seeing that the Gu family members were gathered on the stage, they began to discuss. What's going on? Only the Liu family would stand the Gu family up at the wedding. Liu Beichun is really daring. But why does he suddenly not want to get married? Although it is a political marriage, Gu Jingyan is beautiful, but she is too domineering. Which man doesn't like a gentle woman? Marrying such a tigress would be a bad thing. With Liu Beichun's influence, it is not necessary for him to have a political marriage with the Gu family. He can find any woman he wants and serve him however he wants. Look at Gu Jingyan. Who would dare to ask Gu Jingyan to serve them? Everyone took a look, then looked at the bodyguards surrounding the Gu family and felt their bodies tremble. They were still serving them, and inside, Gu Jingyan sat there alone. She looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows and picked up her cell phone. She dialed Liu Beichun's number again, but still could not get through. Mississippi, behind her, her subordinate came to report.
Speak.
She did not turn around. She asked calmly, Where is Liu Beichun? Miss Fu Chenxi is back. Young master, he seems to have gone to look for someone after he found out. Sure enough. Fu Chenxi was back. Yes, she had already known about it. She also had a premonition that her sudden return would destroy everything that she had worked so hard for the past few years. But she would still get married. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it down even if she had to kneel down. She, Gu Jingyan, would continue the marriage that she had chosen. She waved her hand and dismissed her subordinate. Then she picked up her cell phone again and called Liu Beichun. This time, the call actually got through after a few beeps. The man finally picked up the phone. Gu Jingyan picked up the phone. Liu Beichun, today is our wedding. Do you dare to say that you have forgotten? Gu Jingyan, back then, when Chenxi suddenly left, it was you. You forced her to leave, right? Gu Jingyan was stunned.
What are you talking about?
Liu Beichen sneered. Gu Jingyan, do you even have a heart? What did Chenxi do wrong for you to treat her like this? What did you say to Chenxi back then to make her suddenly leave? Gu Jingyan, I did not expect you to be such a vicious woman. Wedding? I won't be going. You can do it yourself.
Ha.
Ha, good. Liu Beichen, that's right. I am such a vicious woman. Is this the first time you've heard of it? It's really strange. When you slept with me, you called out my name. When you wanted me again and again, why didn't you say that I was a vicious woman? Now you're saying that I'm a vicious woman. Isn't it a little too late? Chapter 319. You. Gu Jingyan. Yes, I told Chenxi. I told her that I was infatuated with you and slept together in the campsite, so she left. But do you dare to say that what I said was a lie? Liu Beichen, you have to admit what you've done. That's how a man should be. Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen hung up the phone. Gu Jingyan was still standing there, but her grip on the phone tightened. Fu Chenxi came back once and met Liu Beichen. But at that time, she and Liu Beichen had already been together for a month. Therefore, Gu Jingyan only looked for Fu Chenxi and told her the truth. Fu Chenxi left without saying goodbye again. Until now, when Liu Beichen met Fu Chenxi again, he finally knew the reason why Fu Chenxi left again. After sorting it out, the whole thing was so simple. A few friends, wandering around the high school campus together. She liked Liu Beichen, but she could only look at him. Liu Beichen liked Fu Chenxi, and they were in love until graduation. Fu Chenxi left suddenly, and she and Liu Beichen finally had a chance. Fu Chenxi suddenly came back at that time and ruined the budding relationship between her and Liu Beichen. She told Chenxi that she was already with Liu Beichen, and Fu Chenxi left sadly again. That was why today's wedding was held. But she didn't expect. Fu Chenxi came back again, and this time, Liu Beichen slapped Gu Jingyan in the face with an ironclad truth. No matter how long Fu Chenxi had been away, no matter how compatible she was with Liu Beichen in other aspects, she would never be emotionally dependent on Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen loved Fu Chenxi. He only loved Fu Chenxi. She was just Liu Beichen's responsibility after he lost his true love. She was just a replacement for him after he lost his true love, but sadly, she had always been the same person as Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen was too stubborn about love, and so was she. So, just like Liu Beichen would never let Fu Chenxi go, she would never let Liu Beichen go. Liu Chuxia didn't expect that her brother really didn't show up. And the Gu family really doted on Gu Jingyan to a certain extent. They indulged Gu Jingyan. She said that she would complete the wedding on her own, and she really did it. However, it made sense. In the whole of Country C, who would dare to make life difficult for the Gu family? If they wanted to mock the Gu family, they would have to be courting death. Therefore, the Gu family had the right to spoil their own daughter. Everyone looked at Gu Jingza, who was still calmly looking down from the top. He didn't seem to be affected at all. He was still so calm. They couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Gu family, "It doesn't matter even if this happens." She wasn't afraid that Liu Beichen would abandon Gu Jingyan, nor was she afraid that Gu Jingyan's marriage would fail, because the Gu family was rich enough to ensure that Gu Jingyan would always have money to spend. No matter what happened to the wedding, Gu Jingyan was still the eldest daughter of the Gu family. The foundation of the Gu family would not change because of the wedding. This was the confidence of the Gu family. The Gu family, the one and only family in Country C, had the ability to do so. At this moment, Old Man Gu finally arrived. Someone exclaimed, saying that Old Man Gu had arrived. Instantly, many people's gazes gathered around. However, because Old Man Gu went upstairs directly from the back, many people didn't see him at all. They only saw a group of people walking up majestically. No one could see where Gu Xianda was. Old Man Gu still came at this time. The Gu family was really magnanimous. However, because the Gu family didn't say anything so far, they looked the same as before. The people who wanted to watch the show lost their interest. They only admired the Gu family's magnanimity. As expected of a rich family like this, They didn't care about these small things, and they didn't need to care about them. Gu Xianda entered. Mu Wanqing quickly said, "Father, you're here?" Gu Xianda didn't see Gu Jingze, so he asked, "Where is Jingze?" Jingming just arrived. He went to pick Jingming up. "Oh, Xiaoqie went too?"
Yes.
"Where's Jing Yan's?" Gu Xianda asked. Mu Wanqing sighed. She didn't want to make old man Gu unhappy, so she said with a smile, "She's inside." It looks like nothing happened. It's just that Bei Chen suddenly encountered something. She probably discussed it with Bei Chen and didn't let him come. Anyway, these young people, weddings are just a formality to them. They think differently from us back then. Gu Xianda snorted and said, "Forget it. It's not like I don't know this child's personality." Mu Wanqing said, "I also think that Bei Chen isn't that kind of person. I like that child very much. He's very compatible with Jing Yan. There must be a reason why he didn't come." "Yeah, I know that too," Gu Xianda said. He looked up and saw Lu Chuxia walking over. Lu Chuxia had already seen Gu Xianda. She was delighted. It was rare to see Gu Xianda, but she knew that Gu Xianda liked her. She hurried over. The bodyguards at the side were about to stop her when Gu Xianda called out, "Hey, isn't that Chuxia? Come here, come here." Lu Chuxia raised her head and glared at the bodyguards around her. They had no sense at all. Lu Chuxia, was not someone who would be stopped so easily. Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Xianda and said softly, "Grandpa, I haven't seen you in a long time." Gu Xianda smiled. "Yeah, you young people are usually busy, so I don't see you often. We are also afraid of disturbing Grandpa's rest. But Grandpa Gu, your body is still as strong as ever. You haven't changed at all." "Haha, Chuxia is still so good at making me happy. Come, someone get Chuxia a seat.
We can sit and talk."
"One by one, don't we have to stand?" The helper immediately went to get a chair for Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia smiled, and her whole person was brimming with a sense of pride. She was very confident in pleasing these old men. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worthy of being the #1 socialite in country C. Old man Gu was talking to Lu Chuxia intimately. Lu Chuxia was good at talking, so old man Gu had a smile on his face and listened very seriously. The people around them looked on and secretly praised Lu Chuxia. This Lu Chuxia really knew how to conduct herself. She was indeed the daughter of the Lu family. Her social skills that she had cultivated since she was young were on full display now. In just a short while, she had made old man Gu happy. Lu Chuxia could feel the envious gazes from everyone. She knew that she was being watched, so she smiled and looked around. Then, she elegantly picked up her coffee. "Oh yes, Grandpa, I still have something to give Grandpa." Chapter 320. "Really? You don't have to be so polite," Gu Xianda said. "It's nothing. It's a tonic that my father brought back from the North Pole. I brought it to Grandpa. He said it's very useful." "That's really expensive." Lu Chuxia smiled and went out to get the things. Wherever he went, he would be stared at by others. Someone at the side said, "That person inside must be the highly respected old Master Gu."
Yes.
"It's my first time seeing him. Although I saw him from afar, I still got to see him." "Of course. Don't you see? Which one of them isn't the most popular person in the Gu family? Old Master Gu has a strange temper. Not everyone can get close to him." "That's right. Look at them now. Aren't they all the top figures in the Gu clan? That Miss Lu seems to be very liked by old Master Gu. Look at how close the old master is to her. All right, don't expect too much. You have to have the ability and family background of Miss Lu." Lu Chuxia listened and felt very proud. When she walked past, she hummed and couldn't help but smile. When she went back inside, she gave old Master Gu something again. Gu Xianda was very happy. She sat there, making people feel even more envious. Just then, someone called out that Gu Jingming and Gu Jingze had arrived. The people behind hurriedly stood up to welcome the president and Gu Jingze. The two brothers came in one after another. They had similar body and appearance, but different temperaments. As the president, Gu Jingming was naturally full of righteousness. On the other hand, Gu Jingze was used to being low-key and cold, so it was as if he was in the middle of the night. Next to him, Lin Che followed. They were a beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of the people around. When Lu Chuxia saw that Lin Che had come, she raised her head. When Gu Jingming and Gu Jingze saw Gu Xianda, they went to talk to the old master first. "Grandfather, you're here." "Grandfather." The two of them bowed respectfully.
All right, sit down.
"Hey, Xiaoche, I haven't seen you for a long time. Come here quickly." Gu Xianda saw Lin Che and hurriedly called him over. Lin Che hurriedly walked over with a smile. Meeting old man Gu's gaze, her smile was still extremely clear. She didn't address him as formally as the two brothers, instead calling him intimately. "Grandfather, you're here." Gu Xianda said, "Yeah, I'm getting old, and I'm starting to like to join in on the fun." If Grandpa didn't come, they would have fallen out. Grandpa coming is the right thing to do. Who's causing trouble?"
Gu Xianda asked.
Lin Che said, "Who else?" "Gu Jingze."
Him?
"What's wrong with him?" Gu Xianda asked her with interest. Lin Che said, "He kept bullying me just now because I don't understand. I think this wedding is really big, and there are a lot of people. It's my first time attending such a big wedding. Of course, there are a lot of things I don't understand. He kept mocking me." Humph. Gu Xianda laughed out loud when he heard that. He raised his head and said to Gu Jingze, "Why are you bullying Xiaoche?" Gu Jingze glared at Lin Che and said, "She likes to make a fuss. You're bullying her by mocking her?" He looked at Lin Che and said, "Look at your despicable face. You only know how to complain." Lin Che snorted and hugged Gu Xianda's arm, pretending to be afraid. Grandpa, look, Gu Jingze is scolding me again. I'm a despicable person. I'm small, so of course I'm a despicable person." Gu Xianda laughed and said to Lin Che, "Don't be afraid of him. Grandpa will stand up for you. I'll see if he dares to bully you." "Yeah, Grandpa, if you came earlier, he definitely wouldn't dare to bully me. But is this place really big?" "It seems like there are a lot of people here," Lin Che said. "Yeah, the Gu family invited at least 500 people this time. I don't know how the rest managed to get in, but there are probably more than 1,000 people in total," Gu Xianda said. Lin Che looked at Gu Xianda in surprise. Wow, there are so many people. Those who could think of a way to get in were probably either rich or powerful people, or people with means. Didn't that mean that many rich people from all over the country had gathered here? Gu Xianda looked at Lin Che's surprised expression and smiled. "It doesn't matter. They're all here to curry favor with the rich and powerful. Just ignore them." Lin Che said, "The Gu family is so powerful that there are so many people who come to curry favor with the rich and powerful. Ha ha ha, silly girl. But you're right. Thinking about it this way, I feel much better." "You're right, aren't you?" Lin Che said. Gu Xianda patted the seat next to him and gestured for Lin Che to sit down. They quickly sat down together and looked at Lin Che, asking her if she had any troubles in life. Lin Che only raised her head and glared at Gu Jingze. "Troubles? The trouble is that Gu Jingze always bullies me." Gu Xianda said, "He bullies you because he likes you." "No way. He always says that my IQ is low. That really hurts me. Grandpa, can you tell him that he's not allowed to say that my IQ is low in the future? He makes me feel inferior." "Really? That's his fault. Xiaoche, don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson later." Lin Che nodded vigorously. "Grandpa treats me the best." Lu Chuxia was suddenly pushed to the back by Lin Che. She looked at Lin Che in surprise as she chatted passionately with Gu Xianda. From time to time, Gu Xianda would be amused by Lin Che's strange questions and would laugh out loud. He even looked a little friendly. Lu Chuxia could faintly hear the people behind her say, "Who's that person next to old Master Gu?" Yeah, I've never seen anyone so close to old Master Gu. He even let her sit next to him. She must be someone very close to him. Also, the old man has been laughing because of her. Lu Chuxia sat there, feeling as if she had become air for a moment. However, she didn't want to go out. After all, it was not easy to get into this circle. It would be easy to get back in again if she went out. However, sitting there felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Especially when she saw Lin Che's smug look, she felt her heart was burning. In the end, Lu Chuxia sat there obediently. After all, it was not worth it to go out at this time. She couldn't bear to leave, so she continued to sit there. She looked at the Gu family looking at Lin Che and Gu Xianda. Many people envied Lin Che's boldness, but no one dared to talk to Gu Xianda like that. Lu Chuxia listened to Lin Che's words and felt afraid for him. Lin Che really did not care about anything and dared to say anything. However, in the end, Gu Xianda still laughed and listened to her, answering her idiotic questions seriously. Chapter 321. She really didn't know why Gu Xianda was so biased towards her. Could it be that Lin Che had something on the Gu family that outsiders didn't know about? Finally, Gu Xianda got up and said that he was probably going back to rest. Lin Che helped Gu Xianda up. Gu Xianda said, "All right, girl. Eat more and do less work. Look at how skinny you are." Since Gu Xianda was going to leave, no one dared to stay. They could only watch him leave and send him off. Lin Che jumped to Gu Jingza's side. Gu Jingza looked at this silly girl helplessly. Lin Che said, "Grandpa is so nice. He's my backer. Let's see if you dare to bully me in the future." Gu Jingza was speechless. "You even found a backer?" "Of course. Who told you to insult me for no reason? But you still dare to ask Grandpa to be your backer. Aren't you afraid that Grandpa will be angry if you badmouth me? After all, I'm his grandson." Lin Che said in surprise, "What's wrong with a wife badmouthing her husband? You're his grandson, and I'm his granddaughter-in-law. The future of your family depends on me, so of course Grandpa has to speak up for me. Besides, old people are so lonely. You guys are all so serious. I think Grandpa is so old and wants to have children and grandchildren around him. It must be very annoying for you guys to look for him if it's not about work or family issues. If I continue to sit there and talk about serious topics, Grandpa will be annoyed to death. I just feel that Grandpa is too pitiful, so I'm trying to cheer him up." Gu Jingza was speechless when he heard this. He said, "All right, you're right. It's just that Grandpa has always been a serious person. Do people speak according to their expressions? If you're so serious, how can he be so funny? If you make him laugh, he won't be so serious. Look at how you're treating your grandchildren. You don't understand how old people think at all. People say that old people are like children and need to be coaxed. Do you understand?" Gu Jingza suddenly felt that what Lin Che said was actually right. Perhaps Gu Xianda gave people the impression that he was too dignified, so no one dared to talk to him. Over time, it became a habit. Gu Jingza thought, "This girl is really bold." She didn't see it just now. She was talking nonsense to her grandfather, and the hairs of the people outside were all standing on end. She was afraid that if her grandfather was unhappy, she would be kicked out of the Gu family. However, nothing happened in the end. He didn't know if he should say that this girl was blessed with a great life. Maybe it was true that fortune favored fools. Anyway, Gu Jingza didn't understand why his grandfather liked her so much and indulged her so much. Gu Jingza said, "All right, you're right. But you should be more careful when you talk to Grandpa next time. You're too rude. You always talk nonsense." "What's wrong? Was I rude?" "Of course. I don't know that it's not okay. I think Grandpa is such a good person that he won't mind." Gu Jingza said, "You're the only one who thinks Grandpa is a good person. Most people would be scared into silence when they see Grandpa." "How is that possible? Grandpa looks so approachable. Maybe he looked scary at first, but then he realized that he wasn't that scary. You'll know when you get closer to him." Gu Jingza was speechless. Okay. You're right." Just then, someone came to say that Gu Jingyu had been found. He heard that Grandpa was here, but he didn't come up. Gu Jingza nodded. He asked Lin Che to stay here first, and he left quietly to look for Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu went to see Gu Jingyan first. Gu Jingyan was still very calm. She looked so calm that it made people's hearts ache for her. Looking at Gu Jingyu, Gu Jingyan only smiled. I'm satisfied that you came here for my wedding. Gu Jingyu said, Really? You feel satisfied without a groom? Gu Jingyan said, Why? Who said that a wedding must have a groom? You really make me speechless. What kind of wedding is it without a groom? There are a lot of things that can be done alone. I can do everything alone. Why can't I get married alone? Gu Jingyan tilted her head and smiled. Gu Jingyu sighed. He knew that Gu Jingyan had always been like this. He could only say to her, Okay, don't talk anymore. Otherwise, people will pity you even more. Gu Jingyan choked. Okay, I won't talk anymore. I just want to say, I'm not afraid. Even if no one wants me, you'll still want me, right? Gu Jingyu reached out and touched her head. Yes. Although I'm not very capable, I'll definitely take care of you until the end. Gu Jingyan lifted her head and looked at him. Third brother, tell me, when mother gave that woman a lot of money and she left you, did you hate her? Gu Jingyu paused. In the end, he just shook his head silently. I don't hate her. Normal people would make the same choice. Gu Jingyan sighed and shook her head. The one she fell in love with was the lowly one. So, Liu Beichen definitely didn't hate Fu Chenxi. She wouldn't hate Liu Beichen either. They were both the lowly one. Gu Jingzi entered the room. Gu Jingyu smiled and looked at Gu Jingzi. Hey, when are you going to show me who your sister-in-law is? Gu Jingzi said, Are you interested? Of course not. Anyway, you're a naturally boring man. Women are probably very boring too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tolerated you for so long. Besides, I can tell just by looking at your taste. I'm really not interested in women like Miss Mo, Gu Jingyu said. Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything else. He let him out and said, Grandfather just left. Why didn't you say hello? He'll only be angrier when he sees me. What's there to say hello to?
He said.
Gu Jingzi looked at him and shook his head. Gu Jingyu said, I'm just here to see Jingyan. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'm busy today and don't have time for a gathering. Next time when you're free, I'll take you to the hot spring. Okay. Gu Jingzi said, Actually, Jingyu, you can meet my wife. She might not be as boring as you said. He said, She's a completely different person from Mo Huiling. Gu Jingyu smiled and said, Ha, really? As he said that, he hit Gu Jingzi's chest. I'm a little interested in what you said. Gu Jingzi said, Yes, actually she. However, Gu Jingzi's gaze suddenly fell on the hand on his chest. In just a moment he swayed. However, he could still see the look of the watch on his hand. Gu Jingzi had seen this watch from Lin Che before. Chapter 322. Gu Jingyu said, What? Actually, what is she? Gu Jingzi grabbed Gu Jingyu's arm. He stared at it coldly, as if he was trying to freeze the watch. Gu Jingyu seemed to realize that something was wrong with Gu Jingzi. He looked at him curiously and asked, What's wrong? Gu Jingzi held his arm tightly. He raised his hand and looked at it carefully. He looked up at Gu Jingyu coldly and asked, What's this? Gu Jingyu was stunned. This? He touched his watch and felt that Gu Jingzi's hand was hurting. It seemed that Gu Jingzi hadn't realized that he was using so much force. This watch. It's not very expensive. Your family should have a lot of it, Gu Jingyu said. Gu Jingzi looked up and asked, Did someone give it to you? Gu Jingyu paused and looked at Gu Jingzi. Ah, that's right. How did you know? Gu Jingzi suddenly let go of his hand. Lin Che gave it to Gu Jingyu? No wonder. No wonder he had only seen it for a while and never saw it again. He had thought that he had seen it wrongly, but it turned out that it was for Gu Jingyu. He had seen it wrongly. He had thought that it was for him. He closed his eyes. When did he become such a man? How could he be so angry over such a small matter? However, when he glanced at Gu Jingyu, he was immediately covered in a layer of fog. Without saying a word, he walked around Gu Jingyu and continued to walk forward. Hey, you haven't told me what happened? Gu Jingyu wanted to catch up with him and ask. Gu Jingzi waved his hand, but his men had already blocked Gu Jingyu's way. Hey, you guys. Gu Jingyu looked at the tall and strong men. He knew that they only listened to Gu Jingze. It was useless for him to say anything more, so he could only stop. The banquet lasted until late at night. In order to liven things up, celebrities were invited to sing in the afternoon, and there was even a lucky draw. Everyone had talked about the fact that there wasn't a groom at the wedding. Everyone looked at the exquisite gifts that the Gu family had prepared. Although they were just trinkets, they were exquisite and valuable. Most importantly, they didn't care about money. They just wanted to participate in the event to get some good luck. However, these discussions replaced the wedding itself, and the scene was still lively to the end. Seeing that Gu Jingze hadn't returned yet, Lin Che gave Mu Wanqing some instructions and went out to look for Gu Jingze. Lu Chuxia was outside when she saw Lin Che. Thinking of how arrogant she was in front of Gu Xiande, she felt very jealous. Seeing Lin Che hurriedly walking forward, Lu Chuxia snorted and said, "Miss Lin." Lin Che didn't notice Lu Chuxia at first, but he turned around when he heard her voice. Seeing Lu Chuxia standing there and looking at him, Lin Che asked, "Miss Lu, what's the matter?" "Miss Lin," Lu Chuxia said, "there's so many people looking at you, and you're still walking so fast. It doesn't seem right. Did something happen? Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Che said, "Nothing. Thank you for your concern." "Oh, I was just thinking that Miss Lin probably just entered this social class, so there's still some things you don't understand. It's not that easy to be Mrs. Gu. You can't see how many people are looking at you. The way you walked just now was a little too uncultured. I hope you can change it in the future." Lin Che smiled and looked at Lu Chuxia. "Thank you for reminding me, but I've always been like this." Gu Jingze didn't say anything wrong with it. "Didn't you feel how everyone looked at you when you were talking to old Master Gu just now? Maybe he was embarrassed to tell you, but it doesn't mean that others didn't see it. Since you're going to be Mrs. Gu, you should have the responsibility to think for Gu Jingze. Didn't you feel embarrassed at all just now? If it weren't for so many people, old Master Gu would have kicked you out long ago. I just wanted to remind you that maybe you can't see how others look at you, but everyone felt embarrassed for you just now." Lin Che didn't notice how others looked at him. Hearing Lu Chuxia's words, his heart sank. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable. However, at this moment, Lu Chuxia's eyes suddenly lit up. She raised her head and called out behind Lin Che, "Jingze." Gu Jingze was walking towards them. Although his footsteps were still steady, he walked very quickly. His long legs strode forward, and his eyes were a little gloomy. He stared at Lin Che like that, as if there were dark clouds pressing down on them. It made people's hearts tremble. What had happened? Gu Jingze's gaze easily put a heavy pressure on people, especially when he stared at them. Lin Che could clearly feel that he was staring at her. She felt her back stiffen. "Gu Jingze?" Gu Jingze didn't wait for her to finish and reached out to grab Lin Che's arm. Lin Che was even more stunned. "Gu Jingze, what are you doing? What happened?" However, Gu Jingze didn't say a word this time. He just held Lin Che's arm and dragged her forward. "Jingze," Lu Chuxia wanted to say something, but Gu Jingze didn't even look at her. Lu Chuxia was angry. She stood there and stomped her feet. However, looking at Gu Jingze's gloomy back, she didn't dare to follow him. She felt a chill just looking at his back, which made her not dare to approach him rashly. She also hated herself for being so timid. However, she couldn't move her feet no matter what. She understood that Gu Jingze was good when he was good, but those rumors were definitely not fake. Lin Che twisted her arm, trying to break free from Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Let go of me. What's wrong with you? You're hurting me." Gu Jingze didn't move an inch. He continued to pull her and directly pushed her into the elevator. The people inside were still talking, but when they saw the gloomy Gu Jingze, they immediately stood there speechlessly. Gu Jingze looked over with a sharp gaze. Although the two of them didn't want to come down here, they hurriedly ran down with their tails between their legs. Gu Jingze then pushed Lin Che into the empty elevator. After a while, Gu Jingze also walked in. He stood there with his back facing Lin Che and watched the elevator door slowly close. Lin Che's hand was released. She reached out to rub her wrist and looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. "Are you crazy?" Where are you taking me? Gu Jingze's heart was hit. He couldn't control his anger, and it was jumping around in his chest. Chapter 323. Especially when she thought of Gu Jingyu's wristwatch. When he saw the wristwatch on the dressing table that day, he actually thought that it was a gift from her. Gu Jingze didn't say a word, but the blue veins on his face were visibly throbbing, making people feel that the expression on his face was really terrifying. Lin Che looked at him angrily and said, Gu Jingze, say something. Where are you taking me? At this moment, the elevator went all the way down, and with a ding, it opened. Gu Jingze still didn't say a word, but the expression on his face became more and more stiff. He just pulled Lin Che forward. This was the hotel's presidential suite. When the elevator entered the room, they entered the suite. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in surprise and said, Why did you bring me here? Gu Jingze, say something. Gu Jingze turned his head around and stared at Lin Che's face. His pitch-black eyes were like a sky covered with dark clouds, pressing down heavily. It was like the silence before a thunderstorm, carrying with it the feeling of a violent storm before a violent storm. How far have you and Gu Jingyu progressed? He stared at her and asked. Lin Che looked at him in surprise and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Was she crazy? What did she want with Gu Jingyu? It was impossible. Gu Jingyu knew from the beginning that she was married. They were just friends now. Gu Jingze sneered and said, Nonsense? Let me ask you again. How far have you and Gu Jingyu progressed? Although his voice wasn't loud, it was faintly burning with anger. Every word was like a needle, piercing straight at her. Lin Che felt hurt when he stared at her as if he was interrogating her. How far have I and Gu Jingyu progressed has nothing to do with you. Lin Che replied angrily. She stood up and walked around Gu Jingze, wanting to leave. Gu Jingze turned sideways and grabbed Lin Che's wrist, pulling her back again. Repeat what you just said.
Gu Jingze said.
Lin Che shook off Gu Jingze's hand forcefully and said, I don't care about you, and you don't care about me either. Our contract marriage is a contract marriage. Don't go overboard and forget your place. You? Forget your place? Gu Jingze was burning with anger. His face was contorted. He felt that she was the one who had forgotten her identity and his. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and thought about the cold words she received from Lu Chuxia. She felt wronged for herself. When she provoked him, she didn't know that he was the dignified Gu Jingze, a person she couldn't afford to provoke. She lived her life according to her own way and wanted everyone to live happily. However, to the Gu family, she was not well-mannered and had no manners. To him, she was just an idiot who didn't know anything. She was also very sad in her heart. She also wanted to become a well-educated young lady. But was that still her? Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's arm and pushed him onto the sofa. Lin Che, you better know what you're talking about. Gu Jingze's eyes were burning. He looked at Lin Che, who was lying on the sofa with bloodshot eyes. Lin Che bit her lip and looked at Gu Jingze. I know very well that our marriage is just a contract marriage. If we can get along, then we can continue. If not, then we can divorce. I don't care about you, and you don't care about me either. I don't care what's going on between you and Lu Chuxia, and you don't care who I'm related to. Gu Jingze, don't tell me you're too immersed in your role. You? Gu Jingze's face darkened. He stared hard at Lin Che's proud and stubborn little face. He had spoiled her too much. That was why she was so unscrupulous and climbed over his head, wasn't it? Gu Jingze lowered his head and grabbed Lin Che's wrist. He stared at her face and said, Too immersed in your role? Is it a contract marriage? But as long as you're my wife, you have the obligation to do what a wife should do. Lin Che felt his grip getting tighter and tighter. It was so tight that she thought her wrist was about to break. What are you doing? Let go of me, Gu Jingze. What am I doing? Doing what a husband should do. As he said that, Gu Jingze's kisses rained down on her like a storm. Lin Che was stunned. She felt Gu Jingze push her onto the sofa. His tall body sank down in the next moment. Lin Che instinctively resisted. Let go of me, let go. Gu Jingze, let go of me.
I don't want to.
Don't touch me, she shouted, punching and kicking him. But this only ignited Gu Jingze's anger. She didn't want him to touch her? Then who did she want to touch her? Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingze tore at Lin Che's neck, leaving bite marks on it. Lin Che pushed him away forcefully. She felt extremely wronged. What was Gu Jingze doing? She was in pain from his bite, but he didn't stop for even a moment. His hands pressed down on her arms, and he used his mouth to tear open her clothes. The white skin underneath, in his anger, ignited his body. Lin Che closed her eyes. She had no strength to resist. He was usually very strong, and now he was in a state of anger. From the sofa to the carpet, from taking off her clothes to being honest with her. After an unknown period of time, he panted and stopped. Lin Che felt pain and greasy all over her body, as if she had just been cooked. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. After venting his anger, he gradually regained his composure. She didn't make a sound just now, so he didn't realize how rough his actions were. Usually, he would be more careful. He was careful to satisfy himself and not let her get hurt. But just now, he was muddle-headed and forgot everything. When she raised her head, she saw that an hour had already passed. Lin Che, who was beside her, was too tired and groggy. Gu Jingze quickly supported himself with his arms and sat up. Seeing that Lin Che was still lying there, he quickly looked down at her. Lin Che, wake up. Lin Che frowned and harumphed. Her clothes were still scattered on the side. She was half covered with a blanket, covering the main part of her body. Gu Jingze quickly carried Lin Che. Don't sleep. Go and wash up first. Lin Che's hands were weak. After being held by him just now, she struggled for a while, as if she had used up all her strength. Gu Jingze looked at her drooping hands. His heart ached, and he quickly quickened his steps. After filling the bathtub with water, he quickly removed the blanket from Lin Che's body and put Lin Che in the water. Only then did he see the shocking marks on her body. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't controlled himself at all just now. Now he started to regret it. Chapter 324. He quickly pulled her clothes off and looked down at the marks on her neck. There were patches of red and purple, and there was also blood. There were marks all over her body from his forceful kneading. He felt even more guilty. The more he checked, the more his heart pounded like a hammer. Why did he seem to have lost his mind and use so much force just now? As for Lin Che, because her body was soaked in water, the pain in her lower body caused her to groan. Gu Jingze was stunned. He quickly lifted her leg and checked it. It was swollen again, and there was some blood flowing into the water. Gu Jingze was shocked. He said quickly, "Don't move. I'll help you wash it and take you to the hospital." Lin Che felt the pain and sobered up a little. She pushed his hand away. "No, I'm not going to the hospital." She didn't want to go to the hospital because of this. Gu Jingze said quickly, "How can you not go to the hospital?"
Stop it.
Let's go.
I'll take you to get dressed.
Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze, aggrieved. Why did he have to do this? He was the one who did it, and now he wanted to take her to the hospital. She pushed Gu Jingze away angrily and stepped out of the bathtub with all her strength. "It's none of your business," she said. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. He walked over and said, "Stop it, Lin Che. I'll take you to the hospital now." "I'm not. I don't want to go to the hospital." "You can go if you want." Lin Che snorted. "You?" Gu Jingze gritted his teeth. He walked over and picked Lin Che up. Lin Che was on his shoulder. Caught off guard, she could only kick his back. "Let me go, Gu Jingze. I don't want you to care about me. Let me go." But Gu Jingze didn't let go. He didn't let go even when he felt her arms hitting him. He just walked out with big strides with a stern face. When he got outside, he saw that his clothes were torn. He picked up the phone and asked someone to bring him some clothes. At this moment, Lin Che seized the opportunity and jumped down from his shoulder. However, she didn't expect that she would step on the coffee table and fall to the ground. It hurt so much that her eyes were about to burst into tears. Her nose was wet, and her eyes and face were red. You. Lin Che, how are you? Let me take a look. Gu Jingze squatted down and pulled Lin Che up. Lin Che pushed Gu Jingze away angrily. Let me go.
I don't need you to care about me.
It's good that I fell to my death. It's just what you want. You. Gu Jingze felt that he was going to die of anger. Yes, yes, yes. It's good that you fell to your death. Why didn't you just fall to your death? Gu Jingze said angrily. When Lin Che heard this, he became even more furious. He really wanted her dead. Yes, 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 her being here was really a hindrance to him. Without her, he could continue to be lovey-dovey with Lu Chuxia. The two families would be united by marriage, and they would be a golden couple, envied by others. If you want me to die, don't worry about me. Let me go.
You don't need to care where I die.
Lin Che pushed Gu Jingze, who was squatting in front of her. Gu Jingze was pushed to the ground, and his heart was filled with anger. She still dared to push him in this world. She was the only one who dared to treat him like this. He really spoiled her too much, which caused her to become more and more presumptuous. Gu Jingze gritted his teeth and pulled her up. Regardless of her struggle, he put on the clothes for her. Gu Jingze, you tyrant, what are you doing? Lin Che shouted again. She just didn't want to listen to his arrangements. Gu Jingze had no choice but to hold her waist and put her on his lap. He directly hit her, but twice. Be obedient. Don't move.
Slap, 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 slap.
His butt was burning. Lin Che suddenly burst into tears. I won't listen. I won't listen. Lin Che cried. Tears rolled down her face. She said pitifully, why should I listen to you? Go to the hospital? I won't go. It's as if I was raped. Isn't it embarrassing? Just let me live and die here. I won't go to the hospital. Her tears fell on his lap, which made his heart soften all of a sudden. He could feel the tears falling down, and his heart was throbbing with pain. He hurriedly put Lin Che down and cupped her little face. Looking at her tear-stained cheeks, he was still angry in his heart. He wanted to hit her a few more times to vent his anger, but looking at her like this, it was as though he could not do it. He could only quietly hold her face and coax her softly. Don't cry, don't cry. It's not embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's go to the private hospital, okay? There are doctors in the private hospital, Lin Che said. How can we not let the doctor take a look? What if there's a tear? I don't want your fake kindness. It was you who did it. If it's torn, let it be torn. Gu Jingze choked. He looked at Lin Che and couldn't vent his anger. He thought for a while and continued to coax her. Just look below. Don't let the doctor see who you are.
How can it be?
Hurry up. I'll help you put on your clothes. Don't move. No, you have to go. Gu Jingze said in a low voice. You have to go. Are you going to wear clothes or just like this? If you don't wear clothes, I can take you like this. You. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze angrily. Gu Jingze pulled a long face and said stubbornly, choose one. Lin Che gritted her teeth and glared at Gu Jingze. She wanted to kick his stinky face. But in the end, a wise man submits to circumstances. She pulled up the clothes that were just brought and put them on. The clothes on her body, both inside and out, fit her well. The Gu family servants had already recorded her measurements. If she wanted clothes, they would bring her the exact measurements. When Lin Che was dressed, Gu Jingze was also dressed properly. He came over and picked Lin Che up. Ignoring Lin Che's objections, he carried her out. The car stopped at the entrance of the private hospital. Gu Jingze asked the servants to go in and prepare. He looked at Lin Che's tear-stained face, picked up the wet wipes in the car, and wiped her face. Lin Che pouted. She didn't want him to do it. She grabbed the wet wipes and wiped her face. Gu Jingze could only look at her helplessly. This woman, she would go against him. But he couldn't do anything to her. Inside, as Gu Jingze had arranged, there was a curtain hanging in the middle of Lin Che, and only the doctor could see the lower part. Even so, Lin Che still felt embarrassed. When she heard the doctor coming in, she felt her whole body tense up. Gu Jingzi stood there with a straight face. The doctor didn't dare to say anything. She had already been told by the servant outside, so she came in and quickly looked at the doctor without saying anything. Chapter 325. Gu Jingzi frowned. Dr. Lin, how is she? The doctor looked at her and frowned. How did she get hurt so badly? Is this your first time? You should be gentle on your first time, or else she'll get hurt easily. After he finished speaking, the doctor suddenly remembered who the person in front of him was. He quickly shut his mouth, raised his head, and said fearfully, "What I mean is it's a little serious. I'm afraid he'll need to rest for a while to recover." Gu Jingzi's heart was pounding as he listened. He regretted treating her like this. He was angry, but he didn't want to hurt her. Last time, he had clearly experienced it once. He knew that it was better to be more careful with her, but he did not expect that this time he would deliberately do this. He clearly knew that her body could not bear it, but he still used such brute force on her. He was angry at that time and only wanted to punish her. However, the self-blame now made him feel that she wasn't the only one being punished, but he was also being punished. Seeing her hurt made him feel even sadder. He didn't feel any better. Gu Jingzi said, "Is there any way to make her get better faster?" "I've already sutured this lady. The bleeding area still needs to be sutured. She can't have sex with her husband for the next 2 weeks, and she needs to be careful not to get infected. Remember to apply medicine every day and pay attention to rest." The doctor looked at Gu Jingzi and tried to be tactful. Gu Jingzi's face was still gloomy. He glanced at the back of the curtain and remained silent. His lips were already tightly pursed. She actually needed to be sutured. Lin Che only listened to the sound behind the curtain, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until there was no sound outside that Gu Jingzi walked over to the curtain with a gloomy face. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home first." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi blankly. "What about Mom? I'll ask someone to tell her." As he said this, he was already going to carry Lin Che. Lin Che didn't want to be carried, so she shook her head angrily. "No need. I'll do it myself." "You," Lin Che said as she jumped off the bed. Unfortunately, her thigh was feeling uncomfortable after the anesthesia. Gu Jingzi frowned. Seeing her figure sway, he rushed over and carried her. "You, don't move, or I'll throw you to the ground." Gu Jingzi looked at her fiercely. Lin Che snorted loudly and glared at him angrily. Gu Jingzi said, "All right, no matter how much you hate me, let's talk about it when we get home," he said. When Lin Che heard this, his heart ached. Yes, the person she hated most was Gu Jingzi. He hurt her so unscrupulously and then pretended to bring her to the hospital. Why didn't he just leave her there to fend for herself? Anyway, she might just be a tool for him to play with. Soon, the two of them arrived at home. Gu Jingzi put Lin Che on the leather stool in the bathroom and asked the servant to prepare a towel and water. He came over with a towel and said, "Don't take a shower today. Let me help you." Lin Che saw him walk over and took the towel. "No need, I'll do it myself."
There's no need for you to help.
"You," Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che, but Lin Che turned his head away. Without looking at him, he folded the towel backhandedly. Gu Jingzi was angry and said angrily, "Fine, do whatever you want." With that, he opened the bathroom door and walked out. Lin Che heard the door close with a bang. She bit her lip and didn't look back. She lowered her head and wiped her body. Looking at the marks he left on her body, she felt even more sad. Gu Jingzi stood outside and felt that she didn't come out for a long time. He regretted leaving in a huff. However, thinking of her disgusted look, he stood by the door and looked at it, but he didn't open it. He just stood outside and listened to the movements inside. After a long time, there was still no sound inside. Gu Jingzi finally couldn't stand it anymore. He hurried over and knocked on the door. Lin Che. He was about to open the door, but it opened first. Lin Che had already put on her pajamas. She looked at Gu Jingzi and snorted. She walked past him and went straight to the bed. Gu Jingze was stunned. Lin Che, I know I accidentally hurt you this time, but accidentally? Gu Jingze gritted his teeth. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, I know, but I'm not going to accept your apology, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze was stunned. Lin Che looked at him. If there's nothing else, I hope I can sleep now. I have work to do tomorrow, and I need to rest. Gu Jingze stood there and looked at her deeply. Lin Che's heart ached. She stubbornly didn't smile and didn't look at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's lips moved. He seemed to have used up all his strength. He took one last look at Lin Che, opened the door, and walked out. Seeing the door close with a bang, Lin Che relaxed. She sat on the bed and felt a pain in her lower body. The anesthesia had worn off, but it still felt uncomfortable. However, what made her feel even worse was that her mind kept replaying the scene of his rudeness and craziness from before. She had never seen him like this before. For a moment, she couldn't accept the way he treated her. After Gu Jingze left, he didn't stay at the Gu family's house. He drove away. The servants in the house knew that the two of them had probably quarreled, so no one dared to say a word. Gu Jingze went to another property. He took a shower in the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. There were some marks on his body. They were probably caused by Gu Jingze's kicks and punches. They weren't deep, but he could still see them. He smashed the mirror in frustration and turned around. He placed his hands on the table and stood there. He had lost his rationality and was very crazy. Now that he thought about it, he actually said that there was something going on between her and Gu Jingyu just because of a watch. He was really too suspicious. He understood Gu Jingyu and Lin Che. Lin Che knew that Gu Jingyu was his younger brother and definitely wouldn't have anything going on with him. He was too angry and didn't think about it carefully. But he remembered that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were very close. Even if they were just friends, it was nothing for them to give each other gifts. But he was still crazy with jealousy. Lin Che had never given him a gift. He felt that it was naive of him to think like this. Why was he like a little boy who was angry because of a small gift? But he couldn't help thinking about it. After washing up, Gu Jingze lay on the bed. He couldn't fall asleep. After thinking for a while, he felt that it wasn't good for Lin Che to be alone at home with an injured body. He picked up the phone and called the housekeeper of the house. Chapter 326. Keep an eye on Madam and get someone to remind her to apply the medicine. Also, prepare some nourishing soup tomorrow. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. Lin Che was too infuriating. He recalled what she had said about a contract marriage and that no one should care about the other. She was so infuriating. He was so frustrated that he couldn't fall asleep in the wee hours of the morning. He just lay on the bed, tossing and turning. In the bridal room, Gu Jingyan was packing her things. When it was midnight, she was going to have a video conference with the people on the other side of the world to discuss the company's listing plan.
Just then,
she heard the door open. Liu Beichun was back. He stood at the door and looked inside. The woman had already taken off her wedding gown and gown. The bridal room had been renovated. Gu Jingyan had taken care of everything herself. He hadn't helped much, but he could tell that the room was decorated warmly and beautifully. All the decorations and utensils showed how much effort the mistress had put into it. In fact, Gu Jingyan liked a woman who was perfect and flawless. Liu Beichun and Gu Jingyan had known each other for more than 10 years. They had been together for about 4 years. He knew this woman better than anyone else. Actually, Liu Beichun had always thought that marrying her was not a big deal. So, he had tried his best to prepare for the wedding. He had never thought that the wedding would turn out like this. Until that day in the shopping mall, he met Fu Chenxi, who was standing there as a salesperson. Everything changed from that day onwards. Since then, his heart had been with Fu Chenxi, and he hadn't taken care of their wedding. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichun and sneered. "You're back, groom." Liu Beichun looked at Gu Jingyan coldly. Seeing her sneer, he felt even angrier. "What do you mean by talking to me like you've been hurt?"
Why?
"Your wedding is fine even when I'm not here." Her wedding? Yes, it was her wedding. It was her wedding alone. Gu Jingyan laughed and looked at Liu Beichen. Yes, no matter how unhappy you are, you're still my husband. Are you angry? Are you sad? Do you want to strangle me? Even if I die, I will still be your wife. I will still wait for you in your ancestral grave. When you die, we will be buried together. You? Liu Beichen snorted. All right, Gu Jingyan. You're the best. Since you want to be Mrs. Liu so badly, you can be it. Don't regret it. Even if you regret it, think it through. You asked for it. Regret? The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. Oh, by the way, it's our wedding night tonight. You came back just in time. It's not even 12:00 yet. According to etiquette, we can still make it. How about it? The bed is ready. Do you want to have a round? Gu Jingyan deliberately looked at him with a smile. Liu Beichen's face stiffened. He snorted at her and said, If you're really that horny, you can satisfy it yourself. Oh yes, it'll be the same from now on. Since you can do the wedding yourself, it'll be easy for you to consummate your marriage. Anyway, Miss Gu has always been capable of anything. Gu Jingyan continued to smile coldly at Liu Beichen. Settle it myself? Do you think that I, Gu Jingyan, have lived my life for nothing? Don't worry, if I'm really horny, I don't have to worry about not being able to find a man, right? After all, three-legged toads are rare, but three-legged men are everywhere. With my ability, it's not that difficult to find a good man. But you, on the other hand, have it tough on you. You still have to keep your chastity for your Fu Chenxi. If you can't do it, you can do it with Fu Chenxi a few more times. Although it's a little boring to do it with one person all the time, your true love trumps everything. You should be able to overcome your body's desires, right? Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen looked at this woman who was asking for it. How could there be such a woman in this world who would say such words to her own husband? He must have been crazy. Back then, he had thought that even if they quarreled often, it would not be a problem for them to be together for the rest of their lives. Liu Beichen had interacted with many women, but there were not many who were to his liking. He had quarreled and fought with her for more than 10 years, but he did not feel bored at all. He had thought that it would continue like this from now on. But now, Fu Chenxi had returned. Gu Jingyan looked at him impolitely. Why, young Master Liu, do you want to continue in the bridal room with me, or do you want to leave? Don't delay my video conference. It starts in 15 minutes. Liu Beichen only looked at her with a cold smile. He turned around, opened the door, and walked out. The door closed behind him with a click. Inside the room, Gu Jingyan's smile slowly froze on her face. It didn't matter. It was a wedding, a bridal room, she could do anything. It was just a marriage. So what if she was alone? Liu Beichen left the room and found a place to stay. In the news, Gu Jingyan's wedding was being broadcasted. He still remembered that the first time he had met Gu Jingyan was at his middle school graduation ceremony. Perhaps they had met before. After all, the two families were quite close. The Liu family and the Gu family were the most prestigious families in Country C. They had heard of each other. However, on that day, she wore a red dress and spoke on behalf of all the graduates at the graduation ceremony. Her hair fluttered in the wind like a beautiful ribbon. She stood under the sun, and her skin was like milk, shining in the sun. The people around her were talking about Gu Jingyan, the daughter of the Gu family. She was one of the top 3 students in her school. She would go to H high school after graduation. Her beauty took everyone's breath away. But at that time, the young students did not think much of her beauty.
It was not as open as it was now.
There were already people dating in middle school. At that time, they only thought that she was beautiful. In the blink of an eye, they reached high school and became classmates. Although they were not in the same class because of their similar backgrounds, they gradually got together. However, Gu Jingyan was domineering, flamboyant, competitive. In Liu Beichen's eyes, apart from her beauty, she was not like a woman at all. On the other hand, Fu Chenxi, who was petite and had a pitiful background, had moved Liu Beichen's heart with her gentleness. They had been together for 2.5 years. At that time, he and Gu Jingyan had been good friends. If they had always been friends, they wouldn't have ended up like this today, right? Chapter 327. The next day, Lin Che went downstairs to the dining room and saw a table full of nourishing soups. She sat down and thought about how she had caused quite a ruckus yesterday. She wondered if everyone knew about her injury. Thinking about it, her cheeks were still a little red. She lowered her head to look at the soup. There was blood-nourishing soup, nourishing soup, bone soup, meat soup, mushroom soup. Really, the helper beside her said, "Madam, drink more. Bring some more when you leave later." Lin Che said speechlessly, "How can I eat so much soup? You guys are too troublesome. I'm actually fine." The helper smiled and said, "Sir specially ordered us to make this in the morning. He also said to let Madam drink more when she wakes up and bring some back. Sir is really attentive to Madam." Gu Jingza? Upon hearing this name, Lin Che lowered her head. She picked up the spoon and casually drank the soup, but it felt tasteless. The helper also looked at Lin Che and didn't know what to say. She could only say, "Madam, Sir's attentiveness to you is really indescribable. Please don't be angry with Sir." Without Madam by his side, Sir isn't as happy as usual. He looks very pitiful. "Huh, he's pitiful?" Lin Che said, "It's okay. There are many women who coax him without me." "Madam, don't say that. Sir only has you, Madam. He won't even look at anyone else. All right, it's your Sir. You guys will definitely side with him. Sir really won't look at anyone else? Then he won't even look at Miss Lu Chuxia?" The helpers looked at each other and were momentarily speechless. When Lin Che was full, the helper hurriedly handed a wet towel to Lin Che to wipe his mouth. She said, "Madam, Miss Lu saved Sir's life. There's nothing else. That's why Sir is lenient towards Miss Lu and treats her more especially. Otherwise, Sir wouldn't even look at Miss Lu." "That's right. Sir and Miss Lu have known each other for such a long time. If there was anything between them, they would have had it long ago." Lin Che said, "That's because your Sir has Miss Mo." Lin Che sighed and said as he sat there, "Besides, if it wasn't for your master's illness, why would your master marry me? Why would he be with a woman like Lu Chuxia?" The servants looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. Lin Che looked at them and said, "All right, I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. What's the point of talking to you guys? I'm going to work now." The servants could only watch Lin Che leave without saying anything. On the set, after Lin Che arrived, Song Shuhai was very polite to her. He nodded at her and said with a smile, "You're here. However, something happened at home yesterday. Why did you ask for leave?" Lin Che smiled. "I went to attend the wedding." Song Shuhai heard this and nodded. "Yesterday was a good day. A lot of people got married. Look, the Gu family's daughter also chose that day to get married. It must be a good day." Hearing this, Lin Che could only laugh dryly and say, Yep. That's why you and Jingyu both asked for leave. It was really boring for me to be alone on the set yesterday. Didn't I come back today? Sister Shuhai, whatever you want to do today, I'll accompany you." "Okay, let's have some barbecue skewers later." Okay. I like barbecue skewers the most." After greeting Song Shuhai, Lin Che kept walking inside. Yuminmin said, "They say that Song Shuhai is much better than Xian Xiaoyuan. It's true. No wonder he's always been valued in the company." Yang Lingxin said, "Now everyone has to be polite to our Sister Che. Sister Che is better than Xian Xiaoyuan." Of course, everyone knows that Sister Che is much better than Xian Xiaoyuan. Lin Che turned around and said, "Okay, that was just an accident. Other people don't know what happened. Xian Xiaoyuan went too far. She took a photo of Gu Jingza and even publicized it. She offended Gu Jingza, so she was banned." "Is that so? But Gu Jingza only banned her because of you, Sis Che." "That's not it. He doesn't allow others to go against him, especially secretly taking a photo of him and posting it." "All right then," Yang Lingxin said, Anyway, the whole production crew knows that Sister Che has Gu Jingyu's protection, as well as someone else's. That's why they don't dare to offend Sister Che. Lin Che didn't say anything else. Yu Minmin said to Yang Lingxin, okay, in this industry, we have to take things one step at a time. Let's not be complacent. We learn from our mistakes. Next time, we have to be more wary of something like this happening again. Yeah, it's best to focus on filming. I don't want to really become the queen of gossip. At this moment, Gu Jingyu came again. Hey, Lin Che, you asked for leave yesterday too? I went to attend a wedding. What about you? Lin Che said, oh, I also went to attend a wedding. Really? There were so many people getting married yesterday.
Yeah.
Lin Che didn't want to say anything more. He smiled and walked in. Gu Jingyu said, oh yeah, let's have dinner together tonight. It's okay. I promised Sister Shuhai that we would eat skewers together, Lin Che said. Why are you avoiding me? I want to treat you to dinner to thank you for the gift. Gu Jingyu wanted to stretch out his hand and shake it, but he felt that something was wrong after being stared at by Gu Jingzi yesterday, so he left it at home and didn't wear it. Lin Che said, I gave it to you to thank you for your help. Why do you still want to treat me to a meal to thank me? Was there no end to the thanking and thanking? Gu Jingyu said, of course. Relationships aren't built by thanking each other. Friends are built by interacting with each other. Lin Che, what are you doing? Didn't you say that I can't be friends with you even if I wanted to? What's wrong? Did your husband find out and doesn't want you to be close to me? Lin Che thought of Gu Jingzi again. He also thought of the evil things he did to him. Thinking of it, he still felt a pain in his lower body. The uncomfortable feeling engulfed his whole body. More than that, he felt sour in his heart. Thinking of how he seemed to have become a tool for him to vent his anger yesterday, she felt even more wronged. He could have someone to thank for saving his life. Why couldn't she even have a friend because of him? How could that be? We're friends. Of course I'm happy to have you as a friend. But I really promised Sister Shuhai that we would eat skewers together. Lin Che said, you don't have to thank me for the watch. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Lin Che didn't expect that Gu Jingyu would care so much about the girl she had casually asked Yu Minmin to buy for her. She didn't even ask much about it, so she felt bad. Chapter 328. Gu Jingyu had no choice but to say, okay then. It seems like Superstar Lin's schedule is tight. I'll have to make reservations in advance in the future. I'm a little scared to hear Superstar Gu say that. Sigh, one day, you will become a heavenly queen. By that time, perhaps I will be a has-been for a long time. I will only be able to tell people on TV that I used to film with this person. Forget it. You're really a has-been. Do you have to wait until today? You're already a has-been. Speaking of which, Gu Jingyu had been popular for several years and was still in the S-list. It wasn't easy for him to be that popular. As for what he said, that she would one day become a heavenly queen, it would be great if that day really came. At night, Lin Che and Song Shuhai went to eat skewers. The two met up at the entrance and took a car to a very clean and famous skewer shop. Song Shuhai let the accompanying staff members eat together with him. He was very amiable. As Yu Minmin said, he was much better than Xi and Xiaoyuan. The two of them ate skewers and watched the news on the TV. While Lin Che was busy filming, Qin Wanwan filmed a big costume production and became very popular. She was doing a publicity tour, and it seemed like her popularity had risen a lot recently. Seeing that she was praised by everyone during the publicity and that everyone said that her EQ was really high, everyone felt that she was a good person. Lin Che sighed as he watched. He felt that he had always done a bad job in this aspect. She kept on talking, unlike Qin Wanwan who kept on praising her. Lin Che had been involved in several scandals and had been scolded by the public. Although he had managed to win everyone's favor by sheer luck, it had always been a close call. Song Shuhai saw that she was looking at him seriously and smiled. This Qin Wanwan isn't bad. I heard that you guys are very close. Lin Che said, yeah, it's okay. Song Shuhai said, but your image is quite similar, so your resources will definitely collide in the future. For example, when a big IP TV series starts broadcasting, your image and popularity will be similar, so you'll definitely be recommended together. Competition is inevitable. Lin Che knew what she meant. In the future, he and Qin Wanwan might be even more competitors. Lin Che smiled. It's all right. One person can't film that many TV series in a year anyway, and there are so many TV series every year. It's good to have some competition. It'll make us work harder. Lin Che smiled optimistically. At first, she wanted to be a celebrity because she felt that it was something she liked. She didn't want it to become a complete competition.
Because she really liked acting.
She really liked it. But right at this time, Song Shuhai saw Gu Jingyu come in. She hurriedly stood up. Jingyu, Aya, what a rare guest. Gu Jingyu walked in with a smile. Lin Che was slightly stunned as he looked at Gu Jingyu. He walked straight to Lin Che's side. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Why are you so stunned when you see me? Song Shuhai smiled and said, Jingyu, do you want to eat something too? It's very clean here. Gu Jingyu sat down and said, okay. Song Shuhai quickly called someone over to get the menu and ordered some dishes. Gu Jingyu had never eaten anything like this before, so he didn't care about what they ordered. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu and said in surprise, Why are you here? Gu Jingyu said, You didn't bring me to the gathering, and you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here?
Why?
Do you really not want me to come? Song Shuhai smiled and said, How could that be? Jingyu, you really know how to joke. We're honored that you came. It's all thanks to Lin Che.
Gu Jingyu nudged Lin Che hard.
Lin Che was speechless. This Gu Jingyu was indeed unreliable. How could he accept it when he had nothing better to do? After that, although Gu Jingyu hadn't eaten anything, and Song Shuhai thought that he wouldn't eat much, he really started eating and drinking beer, showing that he was very friendly. After they finished eating, it was almost midnight. Lin Che said that she wasn't feeling well, so she didn't drink beer. She had just gotten stitches, and although it was only a small wound, it was better not to drink alcohol. After they finished eating, Gu Jingyu said that he would drive Lin Che home first. Song Shuhai and the others watched Gu Jingyu leave and said to Lin Che, Thanks to you. It's the first time I've seen Gu Jingyu eat this kind of junk food. Lin Che said, It's nothing. Gu Jingyu is famous for being indifferent, so he won't hang out with the crew. They all say that he's different when he's with you, but I didn't believe them. But this time I really believe it. It's all thanks to you that he's so close to the crew. Aya, I'm so jealous. You little girl. Why are there so many people protecting you? Why are you so attractive? I'm so jealous. Lin Che said, I think I'm just unlucky, so I've been recruiting people. That's right. Ever since she met Gu Jingyu, her life had undergone such a drastic change. How could there have been so many things in the past? Because of her hatred for Gu Jingyu, she felt a little sad about what she had been through these days. When Gu Jingyu came back, he sent Lin Che home. He drank some wine, and his eyes were a little fiery. When he looked at Lin Che, his smile was much more relaxed than usual. After getting out of the car, Lin Che said, Okay, you can go back. I'm going in. Okay. Oh, right. Gu Jingyu remembered that he wanted to give her something, so he turned around to take it. This is an advertisement contract. Go back and take a look. You filmed it with me.
Think about it.
That's great. Of course. You know how good I am to you, right? Yes. You're the best to me. Gu Jingyu said, Go back. Okay, I'll go back and take a look. I'll contact you on WeChat. Okay. At this moment, Gu Jingyu was drunk and fainted, so he took 2 steps forward. Lin Che hurriedly grabbed Gu Jingyu. Aya, be careful. You deserve to drink so much. You're heartless. I'm just having fun at the party with you, he said as he put his hand on her arm weakly. It took him a lot of effort to stand still. Lin Che looked at this national idol helplessly. She wondered if his fans would feel like they were in another world if they saw him like this. However, she didn't see that inside. Gu Jingyu was standing by the door, looking at the two of them, Gu Jingze had originally finished his work and had gone to the villa to rest. However, he had been worried. He didn't know if Lin Che had applied the medicine properly and if she had any taboos. He knew that he had already instructed the servants to watch over her, but he still felt a little worried. Chapter 329. Lin Che was usually so disobedient. She was the madam, so the servants wouldn't dare to do anything to her or force her. If she didn't do it properly, no one would be able to control her. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingze drove back home without realizing it. When he reached home, he found out that Lin Che wasn't back yet. She was supposed to be resting, but she still went to film and didn't come back until late. Of course, Gu Jingze was furious. However, he didn't expect to see Gu Jingyu walking Lin Che back at the door. Gu Jingze knew that Gu Jingyu sending a friend home didn't mean anything. Lin Che being sent home by Gu Jingyu didn't mean anything either, but Gu Jingze stood there, holding the white wooden railing in his hand. Unknowingly, there was a string of marks left on it. He had rushed back because he was too lowly. Lin Che didn't lack people to be nice to her or to care for her. He had thought too highly of himself, thinking that she couldn't live without him. But obviously, that wasn't the case. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu and said calmly, Hey, are you okay, Gu Jingyu?
Gu Jingyu said, I'm fine.
I'm getting old. I can't even drink beer. All right, you can go in. I'll treat you to some good wine next time. You've drunk too much, so you won't laugh at me like this. Hearing Gu Jingyu mention treating him again, Lin Che felt even more embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he said to Gu Jingyu directly, Senior Jingyu, that wristwatch, right? Actually, I just thought that you liked to joke. I gave it to you as a token of my appreciation, but that wristwatch is really not that important. Gu Jingyu looked at her. How is it not important? It's the first gift you gave me. I'm really sorry, Elder Jingyu. I just asked Sister Yu to pick a gift randomly. I didn't really put much thought into it, so just treat it as an ordinary gift and don't mind it so much, okay? Otherwise, I'll really feel bad. Gu Jingyu was stunned. Lin Che looked at her and quickly lowered his head, bowing apologetically. I'm sorry, Elder Jingyu.
Gu Jingyu stared at Lin Che.
She bowed 90 degrees and didn't straighten up for a long time. Gu Jingyu wanted to roll his eyes when he saw her like this. This Lin Che was so silly. How was he supposed to describe her? He really wanted to scold her, but when he saw her apologetic look, he couldn't scold her anymore. He could only look at her speechlessly. All right, get up. Really, I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? What's wrong? I didn't say anything. I just said thank you for the gift and you took it so seriously. When Lin Che heard this, he raised his head slightly. Really? Of course it is, you idiot. I just feel a little embarrassed seeing Senior Jingyu value me so much. Next time, I will definitely choose my own gift carefully. Forget it. Tell me, why are you so stupid? What should I say about you? Since you've already given it to me, why are you telling me the truth? Will I feel uncomfortable if I don't tell you the truth? What if you say I'm not feeling well? Gu Jingyu said. Then I'll give you another one. You must have chosen it yourself, right? Lin Che said hurriedly. Forget it. I was just joking with you. Why did you give it to me? All right, hurry up and go in. I don't want to beat you up before I react. Oh, okay. Then, Senior Jingyu, be careful on the road, Lin Che said hurriedly. Gu Jingyu looked at this silly girl speechlessly. This Lin Che was so silly that it made people feel helpless. How could other people say it so directly? Wasn't she afraid of offending him? She really couldn't make a comeback for the rest of her life. But he really couldn't bear to ban her like this.
Sigh.
He sighed, held his slightly painful head, opened the car door, and walked in. After Lin Che told Gu Jingyu, he felt much better. After entering the door, he hummed a song and walked inside. However, when he raised his head, he bumped into a man standing at the door like a bronze statue. Cold and gloomy. If it wasn't a bronze statue, what else could it be? The purplish green on his face looked especially fitting. It made Lin Che think of the words bronze statue, especially when he was staring at her without moving at all, not even blinking once. This gave Lin Che a fright. Gu Jingze was wearing the clothes he usually wore at work. The well-ironed suit made him look very tough. His usually calm face looked a little stiff. He kept staring at Lin Che, making her feel that she couldn't avoid it. You? Lin Che was about to say something when she felt a wave of discomfort in her lower body. It reminded her that they were still arguing. She hadn't forgotten how he had injured her all the way to the hospital. It would have been fine if he had really lost his mind. But he clearly knew that she would be injured, but he still treated her so unyieldingly. It was different. Lin Che glanced at him and walked in, as if he didn't see him. On the side, the housekeeper watched the two of them argue. He felt very uncomfortable and asked, "Sir, do you want to go in and rest?"
No.
Gu Jingze turned and walked forward with his hands behind his back. After taking 2 steps, he felt that something was wrong. This was his home. Why did he have to leave? In the room, the feeling of emptiness was very obvious. Lin Che hadn't slept here alone for a long time. When they were together, she didn't feel it. But when she was alone, she suddenly felt that this place was very, very big. It was spacious, bright, luxurious, and comfortable. She also liked a big home. But when she really lived in this luxurious place alone, she still felt very lonely. Lin Che opened the wardrobe, took off her clothes, and changed into her pajamas. Every day, the servants would wash the pajamas and hang them neatly in the wardrobe. The clean wardrobe had a slight fragrance of lavender. It was a fragrance brought about by the volatilization of the essential oil of lavender. It lingered faintly on every piece of clothing. The Gu house was really comfortable. Everything was done by the servants. Every detail was done perfectly. Lin Che realized that after living here for a long time, she had gotten used to it. She couldn't help but think that if she left this place one day, would she be used to it? She lowered her head and smiled faintly. Just then, she heard the door open. Lin Che was stunned. When he turned his head around, he saw Gu Jingze openly walking in. Lin Che wasn't wearing any clothes. All she had on was her underwear. She was stunned for a moment. After a long time, she remembered that she was naked. She let out a cry and hurriedly pulled up her clothes to cover herself. Chapter 330. Gu Jingze didn't expect to see her changing her clothes. Seeing Lin Che hurriedly cover himself up, his brows furrowed even deeper. The small mound between his brows was like an iceberg that had been frozen for a long time, staring at Lin Che with a cold glint. Lin Che pursed her lips and said to Gu Jingze, "Why did you come in?" Gu Jingze just looked away and walked inside. "This is my home." Lin Che knew that this was his home. Of course she knew that. She glared at him, pulled up her clothes, and ran into the bathroom. She closed the door and opened her legs. She sat on the stool and wanted to apply the medicine. The doctor prescribed 7 days' worth of medicine. She wasn't used to others looking at her private place. In fact, even if it was a doctor looking at her, she would feel weird, so it was even more impossible for her to let the servants apply the medicine. After washing up, she sat there and opened the medicine box. Because she couldn't see, she was a little confused and didn't know where to apply the medicine. So, she didn't go out for a long time. Outside, Gu Jingze stood there. He heard the sound of washing and opening the medicine box. Then there was no more movement. She didn't come out for a long time, which made Gu Jingze a little anxious. He stood at the door, walked a few steps, and walked back a few steps. He wanted to knock on the door, but he retracted his hand. He closed his eyes. What was he worrying about? She didn't need him anyway. But at this moment, Lin Che's low moan came from inside. Gu Jingze's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Lin Che was sitting on the leather stool with her legs open. She lowered her head and applied the medicine with a cotton swab. But the medicine was still a little cold, which made her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't see where the medicine was, so she couldn't help but moan. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to barge in. Lin Che was stunned. He looked up at Gu Jingze in a daze and didn't know how to react. When he realized what was going on, Lin Che cried out, "You! Who let you in?" Lin Che hurriedly closed his legs. Remembering that he wasn't wearing anything, he quickly picked up a towel and covered himself. Gu Jingze's face darkened. He lowered his head and walked over. In silence, he grabbed the medicine box. "Open up," Gu Jingze said in a low voice, but he didn't look at her. What are you doing?" "Apply the medicine." His voice was simple, but his attitude was very firm. "No need, I'll come myself," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze lifted his gaze and stared at her little face. "I'm asking you to open your mouth. I'm going to apply the ointment for you." Lin Che bit his lip. "No need. I'll come by myself."
Can you leave?
"Open. I don't want to repeat myself." Gu Jingze lowered his voice even more. Lin Che said, "I can do it myself. I don't need your help." Gu Jingze finally lost his patience. With a straight face, he reached out to press her legs. Lin Che's body seemed to still have the memory of that day's fear towards him. When he was touched by his thick hand, he subconsciously avoided it, trembled, and resisted his touch. Gu Jingze paused. He lowered his head and looked at her fair and tender legs. Seeing that she was afraid, how could he not blame himself? He lowered his head and looked deeply at her skin. There was still a little mark left. He reached out and pressed her legs down. He said in a low voice, "Don't move." Lin Che quickly retreated. "No, I'll do it myself. I can do it myself." "What can you do?" "Look, you can't find the place at all. The place you applied the ointment is all wrong. I said I'll do it for you. Just be obedient and don't move." "No. Why do I need your help?" Lin Che shouted. Her legs were still pressed together. Gu Jingze's expression darkened. He looked up and stared at her coldly. Lin Che frowned and resisted. Gu Jingze pressed her down with brute force. Lin Che stretched out her hands and pushed his arms away. However, Gu Jingze sat between her legs and didn't move an inch, allowing her to hit his shoulders. "Gu Jingze, let go of me. I don't want you to look. I don't want you to touch." Lin Che was still shouting, but Gu Jingze was completely unmoved. He only looked at the middle of her legs. It was still a little red and swollen. His heart ached. He felt that he really shouldn't have used so much force. She was injured so badly that she still couldn't recover. In the past, he would feel bad if she suffered even the slightest injury to such a fragile body. But today, these injuries were caused by himself. He thought that it was no wonder that she was so afraid of him. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to recover quickly after being injured like this. Gu Jingze squatted down, pulled her legs apart, and applied the cooling ointment on them. Lin Che's face turned red from his scrutinizing gaze to her neck. Although she knew that it wasn't sexual at all, and he was only applying the ointment, she still felt that it was terrible to be watched at such a private place. The point was that no matter how she moved him, he wouldn't move. This man was really too stubborn. There was nothing she could do about it. Gu Jingze finally finished applying the ointment and went to find clothes for her to wear. Lin Che saw him bring the pure white underwear over and said quickly, "I'll do it myself. Don't move." However, he frowned and interrupted her again. He raised his head and glared at her. Then, he bent down and helped her put on her pants. He seemed to have smelled the barbecued smell on her. He frowned and said, "Since you're injured, stay at home obediently. Don't go out for a walk, okay?" Lin Che raised her head. Hearing his reproachful tone, she said indignantly, "This body is mine. I'll only go out if I know there's nothing wrong with it." "You?" Gu Jingze stared at this woman. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him like this, they would have disappeared from his sight long ago. However, this woman in front of him was the only one. Lin Che jumped down from the chair and walked out quickly. However, her hand was suddenly pulled by him. He didn't turn back. He stood there, looking ahead, panting heavily as if he was trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Lin Che frowned. Just as she was about to pull her hand out, he suddenly pulled it back. She raised her head in surprise. He suddenly hugged Lin Che and kissed her forcefully on her lips. Gu Jingze really wanted to strangle her to death, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only use this method to vent the anger in his heart. Lin Che's entire body was tightly encircled in his embrace. On the contrary, his heavy breathing hit the side of her nose. With her mouth firmly blocked by him, her heart suddenly seemed to recall the series of actions he had done to her earlier. Chapter 331. She was a little scared and pushed against his chest. Her body was tightly wrapped by him, and her legs kept moving back and forth under him. She didn't want to. She really didn't want to. She didn't want to be teased by him again. And she didn't want to see Gu Jingze so crazy again. Gu Jingze thought of the same thing. Gu Jingze thought of the marks on her body and the way she unconsciously shrank her body when he touched her. He couldn't help but slow down. He held her hand and slowly kissed her lips. His movements became gentler and gentler with each kiss. His arms around her gradually loosened. As he kissed her, he murmured her name softly and hummed, Lin Che, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. But how could Lin Che not be afraid? The deeper his lips went, the more afraid she became. Feeling him let go of her lips and the tip of his tongue against her neck, she couldn't suppress the fear in her heart and wanted to push the man away. Gu Jingze tried to be as gentle as possible, but he still felt the woman in his arms trembling uneasily. Gu Jingze was stunned. She was trembling like a leaf in the cold wind. Gu Jingze's heart sank. Was she so afraid of him? He released Lin Che from his embrace and lowered his head to look at Lin Che, who was panting slightly. Although there was nothing wrong with her body on the surface, when he touched her skin, he could feel her fingertips trembling. She also lowered her head and looked forward. The fear in her eyes was very obvious in her clear black and white eyes. Gu Jingze's heart ached. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Che. After staring for an unknown amount of time, he abruptly let go of his hand, resolutely turned around and walked out. Lin Che only felt his hand suddenly being let go. His figure quickly disappeared from the room. Gu Jingze left the house again in the middle of the night, and the servants were shocked. Gu Jingze threw himself out of the door, sat in the car, and closed his eyes. She was so afraid of him, Gu Jingze said, "Ask the servants to take good care of Madame and tell her to take her medicine. Don't put spicy food in her meals." When he opened his eyes, he said to the housekeeper. The butler was stunned for a moment before he nodded and asked, "Sir, are you not coming back in the near future?" "Okay," Gu Jingze said. He didn't want to say anything else. He waved his hand and asked the driver to start the car. He rubbed the space between his brows. She hated him so much, but he still told her to take care of her before he left. Why did he put himself in such a lowly position? In the room, Lin Che sat on the big bed, feeling a little depressed. Gu Jingze had left just like that. She thought that he must be really angry to leave so decisively. Lin Che thought that it wasn't his fault for suddenly getting so angry. There were plenty of obedient and sensible women around him, and none of them were as nosy as her. She looked around dejectedly. She didn't know when she would be driven out by Gu Jingze. At this moment, Shen Yuran suddenly called him. Why would Shen Yuran suddenly call me in the middle of the night? Lin Che hurriedly picked up the phone. "Yuran, what happened?" "I was going to ask you what happened. Why would Gu Jingze suddenly call me in the middle of the night?"
What?
"Gu Jingze called you?" "Yeah, I was scared to death when I received the call. I thought something happened." Lin Che was also scared to death. Why would Gu Jingze suddenly call Shen Yuran? Shen Yuran said, "Gu Jingze's number." "Oh right, can you help me see if that's his private number later? I want to save it, he. Lin Che hurriedly asked, "That's enough. Why did he call you? You haven't told him." "Oh, I was too excited and forgot to tell him. He just asked me to come over and see you. He said that you were injured and asked me to take care of you." "But where are you injured?" Gu Jingze still wanted someone to take care of her because she was injured? Lin Che held the phone, feeling a faint sourness in his heart. Was he still worried about her? Did he still feel sorry for her? Or did he not want to come back? So he asked someone else to take care of her? Lin Che held the phone and said something to Shin Yuran before hanging up. He hurriedly got up and walked out. He saw the housekeeper walking over with a worried expression. Seeing Lin Che, the housekeeper hurriedly said, "Madam, are you still angry with Sir? Why did Sir leave so suddenly?" He suddenly said that he was going to live in the villa on the floating mountain. You see, if you say something soft, Sir will definitely soften his heart since he loves you so much. Lin Che said, I didn't say anything hard. Anyway, Sir is going to live in the floating mountain. He's still at the entrance. Don't you want to go over and see him? Lin Che didn't say anything more to the housekeeper. He took a detour and walked out. He wanted to ask Gu Jingze why he called Shin Yuran for no reason. Did he want to go there to divorce her? If he wasn't going to come back, he could just sign the divorce papers. Why did he have to ask someone else to take care of her? It was still cold outside. Lin Che wrapped herself in her clothes and ran out. She saw Gu Jingze's car slowly driving away. Lin Che hurriedly shouted, Gu Jingze, come back. Where are you going? However, Gu Jingze's car still drove away in front of them. Gu Jingze frowned when he saw Lin Che running out of the car. The driver looked at Gu Jingze. Sir, madam, don't mind her, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che ran out of the car with much difficulty. Gu Jingze's shadow flashed in the car. She thought that he had seen her and would get out of the car. However, she saw the car make a beautiful arc in front of her. Then, it drove away without even slowing down. Lin Che stood there angrily. Seeing the car drive away, she shouted angrily, Gu Jingze, you, she thought bitterly. Did Gu Jingze really not want to come back after leaving? She actually felt sad in her heart. Could it be that they were going to end like this? Although she knew from the beginning that it would end, it was not until the moment it ended that she realized how much she didn't want it to end. She didn't want it to end at all. However, an hour later, news of an explosion sent the whole of Country C into a frenzy. There was an explosion at the floating mountain villa. It was suspected that a bomb had been dropped. The number of casualties at the scene was still unknown. However, it was said that the place that was bombed was the Gu family's property. That night, Gu Jingze had a secret meeting with the Prime Minister of Country M. It was suspected that they were discovered by a spy and caused the explosion. At the scene, the ambassador was killed on the spot and Gu Jingze's fate was unknown. Chapter 332. At night, Lin Che went back to the Gu family, feeling unhappy. Looking at the room, she felt that she had been too pretentious. Did she really think that she was the young mistress of the Gu family after staying in the Gu family for so long? Actually, Lin Che knew this day would come. She had imagined it many times in her heart that one day she would separate from Gu Jingze and the two of them would never see each other again. She would live in another ordinary world, watching Gu Jingze marry and have children, living a glorious life in front of everyone's eyes. She sighed and sat on the bed, thinking about how much money she had left, how she would live in the future, where she would buy a house or rent a place. Just then, Yu Minmin called and told her that they were going to another place to film the next scene. She asked Lin Che if she wanted to go with the crew tonight or book a plane ticket tomorrow. Lin Che looked around and felt that she had to pull herself together and work hard. She still had to live a good life in the future. Even without Gu Jingze, she still had to live. Luckily, she had never given up on her own life before, so she had her own things to do now. Lin Che told Yu Minmin that she would go with everyone today. It would be more convenient to arrange accommodation and other things when they were together. So Lin Che packed her suitcase and went straight to the airport. At the airport, everyone was looking at their phones lazily. Seeing that Lin Che had arrived, Song Shuhai said, "You're so dedicated." Lin Che smiled and said, "Sister Shuhai, you're here too? I just happened to have a night scene, so I didn't want to sleep after filming, so I came straight to the airport." Lin Che said, "I don't have anything to do at home, so I might as well go with everyone." The group of people waited for the last flight. Outside, some fans had already noticed the celebrities. Some wanted to come over, but were stopped by the airport security. In order to prevent more people from coming over and causing a negative impact, the airport specially booked a private room for them to wait in the private VIP room. Everyone was very happy to hear that and prepared to go together. It wasn't Lin Che's first time going. Every time Gu Jingze went out, he would use a private room like this. But thinking about it, it was actually a very extravagant thing for ordinary people. In the future, those extravagant things would get further and further away from her. Before they could take more than a few steps, they saw a message suddenly play on the big screen in the airport. Most of them were Gu family's private security personnel. According to the news from the scene, Gu Jingze met with a close ambassador sent by the M nation's prime minister that day. The secret meeting seemed to have been cracked by spies, causing this explosion. At the scene of the accident, the M nation's ambassador was killed on the spot. Gu Jingze's fate is unknown. The president of C Nation, Mr. Gu Jingming, has issued an emergency order requiring all airports to strengthen security checks and immediately intercept suspicious people. At this time, a lot of security personnel came into the airport and began to check around. The crew didn't expect this. They looked at the chaos around them. The crowd was in an uproar. As for Lin Che, he just raised his head and looked at the television screen. On the screen, fire was everywhere. The floating mountain villa had almost been blown to pieces. The fire and the lights of the police joined together. The sound inside was also extremely chaotic. It was impossible to see what the scene was like. Lin Che, on the other hand, just stared at the screen. His eyes were fixed on every image on it, as if he had seen every inch of the pixels. He only wanted to see a familiar figure in the middle or a little bit of other news about Gu Jingze. But there was nothing. The people on the side were talking animatedly. Some people were asking what was going on. Would Gu Jingze be all right? Oh my god, Gu Jingze is so handsome. Will he be okay? I think he will be injured. Didn't the M Nation's special envoy die on the spot? Their secret meeting should be very close. That's terrible. This must be to deal with Gu Jingze. Of course. Every move of these big shots is controlling the economic lifeline of many people. If the Gu family trembles, the whole C Nation will follow. It's not a joke. If anything happens to Gu Jingze, it will be a big problem. At this moment, Yu Minmin saw Lin Che. She squeezed over and held his arm from behind.
Lin Che, how are you?
She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che didn't even blink. He just stared at the news on the television. At the side, Song Shuhai saw it and looked at Lin Che strangely. Lin Che, what's wrong? Let's go. There will be a lot of people here later. If they see us, it will be even more chaotic. However, Lin Che didn't seem to hear it and just looked at him. Yu Minmin pursed her lips and raised her head. She looked at the television. The president had made a statement at the Glass Palace and immediately said that he would investigate the matter thoroughly. The M Nation has just formed a special task force with our country to investigate the ins and outs of this matter. We express our deep sorrow for the murder of the M Nation's special envoy in C Nation. This is a common loss for both C Nation and the M Nation. It is also an infuriating, violent incident. We will not let the perpetrator go. Seeing Gu Jingming appear on the television, Yu Minmin paused for a moment. They rarely watched political news. At this moment, when she looked at him, she felt as if she was looking at another person. That person was definitely not the person she had seen before. She paused for a moment and saw a group of people walking over quickly from behind. They were all armed, and they looked burly. The leader was dressed in a suit, and his target was Lin Che. Seeing this, Yu Minmin quickly pulled Lin Che over and said, "Lin Che, look." Lin Che turned around and saw that a few people were already in front of him. They looked at Lin Che and silently bowed to him. The outsiders didn't know what had happened. They only saw a group of armed people walking in side by side from the outside. They protected the woman in the middle and walked out in an orderly manner. It was so big that it made people a little suspicious. However, at this moment, there were security guards everywhere in the airport. Hence, this scene wasn't too strange. The anxious crowd still stood there and looked at the report. They were worried that the flight would be affected because of this incident. They were worried that the country's economic policies would also be affected because of this incident. Most of them were still guessing how this incident had happened. Lin Che naturally couldn't follow the crew to other places to shoot. She was seriously taken away from the airport by those people. Outside, a heavy car was parked there. It could be seen that the equipment on the car was all explosion-proof equipment. The people around it also made people feel depressed for a moment. It was indescribably heavy. Chapter 333. The man looked very serious. Lin Che had no choice but to ask, "Excuse me, where are you taking me? How is Gu Jingza now? Is he in the hospital?" "Madam, we don't know about Sir's condition. We only received orders to protect Madam's safety and escort her to the destination safely. As for Sir's condition, you'll only know if you ask the relevant personnel when you get there." Lin Che became even more anxious as he listened. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly in front of him. He was worried that something bad would happen and that he would receive some terrible news. However, she wouldn't allow herself to cause trouble for Gu Jingza at this time. She had to be fine. She had to be fine.
Gu Jingza would be fine.
He would definitely be fine too. Gu Jingza was so strong and powerful.
How could anything happen to him?
They arrived at a place that looked more like a sanatorium than a hospital or the Gu family's home. After getting out of the car, Lin Che hurriedly walked inside. At one glance, he saw that the inside was already tightly sealed. When he entered the door, the person who stopped him looked at Lin Che, compared him to the photo, and verified his eyes before saying, "Madam, please come in." Lin Che took a deep breath and walked in. He saw the doctors walking back and forth inside. It seemed like everyone was in a hurry. Lin Che saw Qin Hao standing at the door and quickened his steps. "Qin Hao," Lin Che called out as he walked in. Qin Hao turned around, and the rest of the people turned around. When he saw Lin Che, he said fiercely, "Who is this? Why did he bring someone here?" Qin Hao hurriedly said, "This is Madam. Where are her eyes? She dares to stop anyone." Hearing that, the man was stunned. He didn't expect that Gu Jingza had secretly gotten married. They bowed respectfully to Lin Che. Qin Hao said, "Madam, don't be scared. These people are from the military. They don't know you." "I'm fine. Gu Jingza, Madam, don't worry. Sir is in danger." "He's not out of danger yet, but he's fine." Not out of danger, yet Lin Che's heart softened. Then how is he? Where is he hurt? Qin Hao looked at Lin Che awkwardly and said, "It's good that you're here." The first thing Sir thought of when he woke up was Madam. He asked us to move Madam to a safe place as soon as possible, but Sir has already fainted again. This is a nursing home under the Gu family, so they have everything you need. The situation is still unstable at the moment, so it's better for you to stay here. As for Sir, it's a little scary, so it's best if you don't go and see him.
No, I want to see.
It's okay, nothing can scare me. Let me see. But, no buts. He's still my husband. Can I see my husband? Lin Che raised his head forcefully and looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao paused for a moment and looked inside awkwardly. However, Lin Che was already walking inside. "I want to see how he is." Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Qin Hao hurriedly followed. When the door opened, Lin Che saw the person inside. Tubes seemed to be inserted all over his body. One side of him was covered with red gauze, and his mouth was covered with an oxygen mask, covering half of his handsome face. His pale face made Lin Che's heart ache. Lin Che hurriedly walked in and looked at Gu Jingza. Fortunately, his breathing was even and he looked much better. Qin Hao said, "Although he looks scary, his vital signs are still very stable." "Madam, don't worry too much."
He's fine.
"Is he unconscious?" "Yes, the doctor said that he should wake up tomorrow and gave him an anesthetic. That's why he's like this." "Okay." Lin Che sat by the side and looked at Gu Jingza that night. She never thought that something like this would happen. The people outside were still walking around. It was a restless night. Lin Che sat there and looked at Gu Jingze. Her eyes kept outlining the perfect outline of his face. She didn't sleep for the whole night. From time to time, there would be people coming in to check on his injuries. There were also people walking around asking about what happened. Lin Che couldn't hear them clearly in the room. Lin Che held Gu Jingze's hand like that for an unknown amount of time before he suddenly heard Gu Jingze snort. Lin Che? Lin Che woke up immediately. She sat up from the side and looked at the man on the bed with joy. You're awake? Gu Jingze frowned and looked at Lin Che. He looked down and saw that her hand was in his. He hadn't forgotten that she had angered him to death and left the Gu family. He said, What are you doing here? Lin Che was just feeling happy that he had finally woken up, but she suddenly heard such a cold sentence from him. She pushed his hand away angrily and stood up. Since you don't like to see me, I'll leave.
Sigh.
Gu Jingze was about to die from anger. Lin Che, how dare you leave? The moment Gu Jingze stood up, the equipment on his body suddenly rang. Lin Che quickly turned around. She saw that he had pulled the equipment and the wound on his body in a hurry. He frowned and his bloody shoulder stiffened. She was so scared that she quickly ran back. Don't move. Why are you moving? Lin Che quickly held Gu Jingze down. Gu Jingze's face turned paler from the pain. However, he forcefully swallowed the pain and didn't make a sound. He only raised his head and gritted his teeth as he looked at the woman in front of him. He was sure that he would die in the hands of this woman sooner or later. He said, All right, go. Walk out of this door and don't come back for the rest of your life. I'm just afraid that you'll be annoyed when you see me, Lin Che shouted. You're the one who's annoyed when you see me, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che whined. I am annoyed when I see you. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, but he didn't want to waste another word. He pulled Lin Che down forcefully and pulled her into his arms. Then, he forcefully kissed her little mouth that made people hate her. He bit her lips, almost venting all the hatred he had for her in his heart. But this time, Lin Che finally didn't hide anymore. She could feel the bitter taste of medicine in his mouth, but it was still so mesmerizing and fragrant. Even when this man was at his most pathetic, he still maintained his top-notch elegance and charm. How could she reject him? Panting, Lin Che's hands had already unknowingly climbed up to his neck. It wasn't until she stopped and took a deep breath that she felt as if she was in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she had unknowingly sat on his body. Her body was also pressed against the shoulder that he had bandaged last night. She cried out and hurriedly said, "Your injury." Chapter 334. Gu Jingze looked down and let go of Lin Che. His anger towards her had not completely dissipated. He said, "Okay, you can get lost now."
What?
Asking her to get lost after kissing him? Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, stop fooling around. You're seriously injured now. I'm here to take care of you. Gu Jingze said coldly, "No need. There are many servants here to take care of me. Since you hate me so much, I don't want to waste your time." Lin Che wondered, who was the one who hated who? Gu Jingze, get this straight. You were rude to me first. How did it become that I hate you? Gu Jingze snorted and looked at Lin Che. I was rude to you? You were the one who resisted me first. Of course, if it was Jingyu, you probably wouldn't have resisted so much. I'm sorry. The person you wanted to drug and marry was Gu Jingyu. I shouldn't have stayed in that room. Hey, Gu Jingze, why are you mentioning Gu Jingyu again? He's just a senior. It's not the kind of relationship you think. Lin Che almost jumped up. Gu Jingze said, "What kind of relationship am I thinking?" Yes, it's just a relationship of escorting a token of love.
Why?
You gave him a wristwatch, and what did he give you in return? A necklace and a ring? But let me give you a piece of advice. Nothing will happen between you and him. His last relationship ended because of interference. Do you think my mother will tolerate someone who used to be my wife having a relationship with Jingyu again? Lin Che was stunned. When did he know about the wristwatch? She looked at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Jingyu asked me for that wristwatch. He said that I should thank him for taking care of me. I thought that I should give him something since he takes good care of me and helps me with my acting skills. So, I asked Yu Minmin to buy something for him. The coldness in Gu Jingzi's eyes seemed to relax a little, but it seemed that he still hadn't completely relaxed. That wristwatch was bought by Yu Minmin? It was just a gift to thank him? Lin Che said, How can you think that there's something between me and him just because of a gift? How could I? I told Gu Jingyu from the start that I'm already married. He knows about it too. We're just friends. Gu Jingzi blinked. In fact, this was similar to what he had thought. He knew that a gift didn't mean anything, but he couldn't control his thoughts at that time. He just didn't want to see her get involved with any man, not even his younger brother. Although he knew that this was a little overbearing, he clearly knew that he shouldn't interfere with her work and friends. Even if they were really husband and wife, he should give her freedom and let her have her own space to make friends. However, Gu Jingzi actually wanted to break the agreement because of her. Now that he heard Lin Che say that the gift was only a gift from Yu Minmin, he actually felt a lot more relaxed. It was like the weather had warmed up after the cold. His face also softened a little. Gu Jingzi said, Even if he's just a friend, don't you think it's a bit too ambiguous to give him a watch? Lin Che said, Then what should I give him? Forget it. With your IQ, you won't be able to think of these things. Next time you want to give something, you can tell me. I'll get someone to help you choose it. What's the difference between that and yours? Lin Che was even more speechless. We're husband and wife. What's the difference between a gift from me and a gift from you? Gu Jingzi asked. Lin Che still wanted to say something, but he saw that the gauze on Gu Jingzi's shoulder was suddenly oozing with a large amount of blood. Lin Che was instantly shocked. God, Gu Jingzi, your shoulder is bleeding. Gu Jingzi was stunned. He turned his head to look and frowned. Seeing Lin Che's pale face, he felt a little reluctant. He said mildly, It's okay. It's just a superficial wound. Doctor, come and take a look. She shouted quickly and held Gu Jingzi's arm. Does it hurt? It must be very painful. Stop moving around. You're still so naughty. Look at it now. You're bleeding. Gu Jingzi felt that he was crazy. He had been angered by her for the past 2 days. Now that he saw her anxious, he became anxious too. He thought that it was not wrong to make her anxious so that she would push him away and say that she hated him. Gu Jingzi said, All right, stop shouting. If you keep shouting, the doctor will think that I'm going to die. It's okay. I'm really okay. Lin Che looked at the wound. The blood flowed down like water. The bright red stung her eyes. How badly was he injured? How could he hug her and kiss her so hard just now and talk to her for so long? Didn't he know that he was seriously injured and had just escaped from the gates of hell? She also felt guilty. She knew that he was sick, but she still stood there and looked at him for so long and talked for so long. What did he go through last night? How could he be injured like this? Lin Che really felt that although the people standing at the top of the pyramid were always looked up to by others, the things they shouldered were also much more than others. Lin Che felt really uncomfortable and anxious. Just then, when she saw the doctor coming, she quickly turned around and said, Doctor, come and take a look at him. Why is he bleeding? The doctor hurried over and saw the wound. A few doctors in white coats started to clean it up. Gu Jingzi sat there motionlessly. When the gauze on his shoulder was removed, Lin Che covered his mouth with his hand. Looking at the shocking wound, he still couldn't imagine what Gu Jingzi had experienced the previous day. His flesh seemed to have exploded. It was a mess of flesh and blood. The gauze was stained with blood and scattered on the ground. Gu Jingzi just turned his head sideways to look at his wound. He didn't move, as if it wasn't his arm at all. After much effort, the doctor finished everything. Gu Jingzi's wound was bandaged again. Lin Che looked at the strong and determined Gu Jingzi. It was the first time she had met a man like him. He was so strong that nothing could break through his limits. What kind of growth did he have to grow to become such a strong man today? She thought that in the Gu family, besides being glamorous, there must be more unknown hardships that outsiders couldn't see. Gu Jingze was a man, but he had too much weight on his shoulders. He had no choice but to become stronger. He had to become stronger than ordinary men. Lin Che couldn't help but sigh. Looking at this different man, she was touched by the determination on his face. Chapter 335. And between her brows, there was a layer of bitterness. Her nose felt a little sour. She really had the urge to bear some burden with him. After the doctor was done cleaning up, he checked all the equipment and asked Gu Jingze carefully, "Do you feel any difficulty in breathing?"
No.
"If the pain is unbearable, you can continue to inject anesthetics." The doctor knew that the wound must be very painful. Gu Jingze still moved his arm and said, "No need." The doctor looked at Gu Jingze in surprise and turned to Lin Che. "Madam, Mr. Gu is really amazing. If a normal person was in so much pain, they would have fainted. Of course, a normal person would not have survived the explosion yesterday. But Mr. Gu's body is very strong, and his consciousness is also very strong. So he seems to have passed the critical period today. Just be careful not to let the wound get infected." Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Che felt sour and sad in his heart. Yes, he had a stronger willpower than others. Because he was Gu Jingze, he had to be strong. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and nodded. "I understand." The doctors went out and reported to the people outside that Mr. Gu had woken up and was fine. The doctors looked at Gu Jingze, who was still covered in blood, and said with a playful expression, "Mr. Gu is so handsome." Yes, he is really handsome. He is still so handsome even when injured. I just feel that injured people look even sexier. Look, there are bloodstains on them. It makes people feel so powerful. When he was sent here yesterday, his whole body was covered in blood. I was scared to death. I didn't expect that he would be fine today. How can Gu Jingze be like a normal person? I heard that the brothers of the Gu family were sent abroad for special training. They have experienced many injuries. Today's injury should not be a big deal. Lin Che listened to the discussions of the people outside and sighed in his heart. Gu Jingze really attracted a lot of love-struck fools wherever he went. He was indeed Gu Jingze. Lin Che closed the door and looked at Gu Jingze's shoulder, which had been tightly bandaged. She raised her head and asked him, "Does it hurt?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and shook his head. "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Lin Che shook his head and said, "How can it not hurt?" "Gu Jingze, was it scary last night? Did you almost die?" Lin Che asked in a low voice as he raised his head to look at Gu Jingze's pale face after losing too much blood. Gu Jingze snorted. "Of course. It's all because of you." Lin Che thought for a moment. It was indeed because the two of them were fighting that he didn't stay at home and went to the floating mountain villa. Normally, there were so many security guards at home. How could something so serious happen? The more Lin Che thought about it, the more he felt that he was the culprit who had almost killed Gu Jingze. She looked at Gu Jingze and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I won't be so willful in the future." "Did you really almost die?" Gu Jingze said, "Because it was a human bomb, the people at the floating mountain villa didn't notice it in time. Of course I almost died. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to hide behind the table." Actually, he had hidden behind the table. However, the power of the bomb had sent the table flying with him. His exposed shoulder was badly mutilated by the shrapnel, and the table was also blown to pieces. Fortunately, his body was not seriously injured. He just fainted from the shock. However, compared to the American envoy who had been blown to pieces in front of him, he was lucky enough. Hearing this, Lin Che asked hurriedly, "Then, that American envoy, is he really dead?"
"Yes."
How could it be so serious? The bomb exploded in front of him. He had nowhere to hide. However, I'm fine because he was in front of me and blocked part of the impact. Gu Jingze snorted. trying to make her feel sorry for him. At that time, I just thought that maybe it was better for me to die so that you wouldn't hate me so much. I'm sorry, I really don't hate you. Lin Che's eyes were wet. Thinking of the scary scene that night, she felt that she was in the wrong. I won't do it again. Really. Even if he was in the wrong and misunderstood her, his safety was the first priority. If he died outside because of her willfulness, then it wouldn't just be her problem. Tears fell from Lin Che's eyes. She looked at Gu Jingze guiltily and said, I'm sorry. Gu Jingze had only wanted to scare Lin Che, but he didn't expect that she would be so scared that she cried. Seeing her tears falling onto his arm, Gu Jingze's heart melted. Gu Jingze cupped her cheek with one hand. Lin Che hurriedly covered her face, not letting him see. Why are you looking at me? Let go of me. I haven't washed my face. It's so ugly. Gu Jingze frowned. Let go of me. Let me see. I don't want to let you see. She hadn't slept for the whole night and was already very haggard. Her face was probably black and oily now. Who knew how ugly it was? Moreover, she had cried so much that her eyes were swollen. She looked like an ugly monster. She didn't want Gu Jingze to see her at all. Seeing that Lin Che was covering her cheeks with force, Gu Jingze still lifted her face. He looked at Lin Che unyieldingly. He lowered his head and looked at her little face. At this moment, this woman's haggard face didn't look ugly at all. Her skin was still delicate and smooth like milk. It was just that she looked a lot more tired. There were faint dark circles around her eyes, but it made people feel pity for her. Her eyelashes, which were like butterfly wings, trembled with tears that looked like water droplets. The light green color made her face even more distinct. Her fair and tender face didn't look dirty at all. Gu Jingze didn't mind at all that she didn't wash her face. He just held her face and kissed her forehead, her face, her nose, and her lips again and again. Only then did he slowly let go of her. Silly, the attack on me was planned by someone for a long time. It has nothing to do with you. Even if it wasn't this time, they would find a chance to find a loophole in our security. I can't hide in the Gu family house every day, can I? He was a little annoyed. He shouldn't have said that to her and made her blame herself. Especially since this matter didn't have much to do with her. On the contrary, because of this, she started to cry. She had already been worried for the whole night. Seeing him like this, she must have been very anxious. After all, a little girl like her had never encountered such a serious matter or seen such a serious injury. Chapter 336. Also, I'm really fine now. I just look scary. He smiled. My bones and organs aren't hurt. The bomb wasn't that close to me either. I was just teasing you, really, Gu Jingze said softly as he looked into her pure eyes. Lin Che wasn't stupid. How could she not know that he was comforting her? She said, All right, don't move anymore. Let's rest and not move around. Otherwise, your wounds will bleed again. Don't move me anymore. Be more obedient, okay? Lin Che's face was ticklish from his kiss, and her cheeks were slightly red. She reached out and picked up the quilt, wanting to cover him up. Because of his injuries, the clothes on his upper body had already been taken off. His strong, honey-colored body was still covered with small scars. Half of his shoulder was also tightly wrapped in white gauze. He looked especially wild. Lin Che looked at him and felt that he was like a spotless piece of jade. He was always so good-looking and he didn't seem to be in a bad state at all. But Lin Che still felt sorry for him. Gu Jingze patted the bed beside him. Come here and lie down. Lin Che shook her head. No, your bed is full of equipment. Just lie down and don't move around.
Just do it.
Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. Lin Che said stubbornly, I really can't. What if I touch your wounds? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Che's little face. After staring for a long time, he suddenly said, Come here, or I'll carry you over. Which do you choose? Lin Che was still in a daze when Gu Jingze reached out and grabbed Lin Che's arm. Lin Che was shocked and said quickly, Okay. I'll come up. Don't move anymore. Lin Che pushed Gu Jingze's hand away and helped him lay it flat. He helplessly glanced at Gu Jingze and had to climb up first. Gu Jingze then calmly relaxed his body and sat back down. Lin Che cursed Gu Jingze in her heart. He was so overbearing. Why did he have to make her come up? Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at Lin Che, who was leaning towards him. He chuckled and reached out to hold her arm, letting her lean into his embrace. Lin Che was still moving his little head around uneasily. He raised his head and said, No, if I touch you. All right, shut up. Don't talk anymore. I need to rest. You too. Close your eyes and sleep. How could he be so overbearing? But I told you to sleep. Gu Jingze stared at her. How could Lin Che fall asleep now? The news outside was in a mess. Lin Che didn't know what was going on, who the murderer was, and whether they would still harm Gu Jingze. Although she felt very tired, she didn't feel sleepy. Maybe it happened too suddenly, so she was still too nervous at this time, so she couldn't sleep. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze. But I still can't sleep. At this moment, Gu Jingze suddenly lowered his head. His eyes suddenly closed in, making Lin Che think that he was going to bump into her. However, his face only moved closer to her and he said mildly, Why don't I let you exercise a little? You'll be too tired and fall asleep. Even at this time, he was still thinking about these things. Was there something wrong with him?
Get lost.
Hurry up and rest. Don't mess around. How is it messing around? As long as you want, my body will serve you at any time. He tapped her nose with the tip of his finger. His finger touched her tender skin, and the feeling of caressing it made him feel even more sexy. Do you know that you're still sick? She warned him speechlessly. Now is not the time for him to tease her as he pleased. It's your arm that's injured, not anywhere else. Don't worry. I'll protect the place that's given to you. I won't let you suddenly become a widow. As he said this, his lips curled into a smile, his gaze fixed on her face. He liked to observe every inch of her face when he teased her. Even now, he still looked very interested. Get lost. That's not a place for me to use, okay? Why isn't it for you? If you don't believe me, you can summon it. Touch it, call it, and it will immediately rise up for you. As Gu Jingze said this, he actually reached out to grab her hand and was about to move it downwards. Lin Che was so shocked that she hurriedly pushed his hand away. No, Gu Jingze, are you crazy? You're really sick right now. You can't move. Gu Jingze said, Or, do you think that my body can't do it because I'm injured? Shouldn't I prove to you that I can heal at any time? This kind of injury won't be a big deal. As Gu Jingze said this, he turned his body and used his uninjured hand to lift her hair. Pushing aside her hair, he looked at her beautiful face, his deep gaze probing every inch of her expression. Lin Che was so shocked that she hurriedly protested, Gu Jingze, are you crazy? Don't come over. There's no need to prove it. What's there to prove? You're the best. You've always been the best man. He's the best. Gu Jingze was originally just teasing her, but because of what she said, his entire body started to heat up anxiously. Oh, this woman. She really didn't know what she should say and what she shouldn't. At this moment, he helplessly lowered his head and glanced at his body. He didn't know why, but he actually became so excited because of that one sentence from her. But when he met her, he always felt that his body wasn't his anymore. That was why he said that this was really for her. Because sometimes he was really under her command and not himself. At this very moment, Gu Jingze was originally just teasing her, but now he felt very uncomfortable. Good girl, all right, let me kiss you. I won't touch you. Gu Jingze looked at her passionately. He pinched her chin with his fingertips, looked at her little face, and said, Come, let me look at you. Being pinched like that, Lin Che only felt that his gaze was really very domineering. It was so domineering that it was hard to resist. But she was still afraid that he would move too much and touch her wound. No, what are you kissing me for? Your injury hasn't healed yet. I'll just give you a kiss. Come, don't move. Stick out your tongue obediently. As he said this, he lowered his head and sucked on her lips. He couldn't touch her, so he could only gently linger on her lips, treating it as a way to satisfy his craving. But the more he wanted to satisfy his craving, the hungrier he got. He kissed her again and again until he couldn't control himself and had to let go. Panting, he looked at Lin Che's dazed eyes. He slowly let her lie down and opened her pants. Chapter 337. Lin Che was shocked. It was as if his soul had been snatched away just now, so he didn't notice it. Now that he felt him playing with her pants, he quickly covered his hands. Gu Jingza, you can't, Lin Che said. Silly, I just want to look. Gu Jingza raised his head again and kissed her lips. He said softly and hazily, I just want to look. I won't touch you. Just relax, and it'll be fine. Look, what are you looking at? Lin Che said vaguely. His increasingly superb kissing skills were teasing her until she was distracted. She felt that her mouth was numb, as if it wasn't her own anymore. Gu Jingza opened her pants and looked at her lower body. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that she was injured. He opened her pants and saw that there were still signs of injury. It had been a few days, but it was still so obvious. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his amber eyes were slightly restrained. His heart ached sharply. He closed his eyes, as if he had calmed down the hatred in his heart, and then said to Lin Che, I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you on purpose. Everything that happened that day wasn't to hurt you. I just couldn't control myself. He didn't want to hurt her, so that he would feel better. At that time, he just thought that he could get some comfort from her body. But he didn't expect that he would be hurt so badly. Lin Che listened, but he brought up this matter again. Lin Che looked at him and knew that he was so angry because he had misunderstood her. She understood a little in her heart. Although she still resented him for treating her like that, she felt a lot more at ease. Especially now that he had just come back from the gates of hell. She already felt that nothing was more important than him. As long as he was fine, everything could pass. Moreover, seeing that he was already blaming himself, she thought about how she blamed herself just now. She felt that, as an upright person, he must have been even more unable to accept that she had behaved like that. Lin Che said, All right, don't think about it anymore. I can understand that you didn't do it on purpose. Let's not talk about it in the future. No. If you decide that you don't want to be touched by me anymore, I will respect your decision. Gu Jingza never thought that he would have such a beastly side to him. Now that he knew that Lin Che had nothing to do with Gu Jingyu, and that she didn't have any ulterior motives for giving him the gift, and that he had misunderstood everything, the guilt and self-blame in his heart became even more serious. Seeing him like this, Lin Che's heart warmed up. The grievances he had suffered over the past few days seemed to have dissipated a lot. She looked at Gu Jingza, touched his arm and said calmly, All right, don't think about it anymore. Didn't you say you wanted to sleep? Go to sleep. Gu Jingza said, but Lin Che's cheeks blushed. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Slowly, she put her lips on his. She used the same method he used on her. Her lilac lips hooked his heart, and it swelled up all of a sudden. She was the one who asked for it. He breathed in her scent. He felt that her little mouth was too sweet, too sweet. It was so sweet that his body was getting sick of it. After an unknown amount of time, they finally separated, panting. When she heard the doctor coming to take his temperature, she quickly put on her clothes and covered herself with the blanket. She didn't dare to look into his eyes. Gu Jingza, however, sat upright. His dark and gentle eyes were as calm as the night, without a single ripple. He quickly recovered in front of others and waited for the doctor to take his temperature with his ear thermometer. The doctor said suspiciously, The temperature is a little high. Mr. Gu, I'll call someone to take a look later. No need, Gu Jingza said. The temperature will come down on its own. Just give me some time. The doctor looked at Gu Jingzi strangely. Although he was calm, his gaze had suddenly turned cold. The doctor didn't dare to ask further. He could only nod hurriedly and leave. Seeing that the doctor had left, Gu Jingzi turned around and hugged Lin Che. Lin Che still didn't dare to look at him. She thought that she must have been out of her mind to have taken the initiative to kiss Gu Jingzi. She had never been so forward with a man before. She really felt that her face was burning. Gu Jingzi's voice suddenly became much gentler. Seeing that Lin Che wasn't looking at him, he smiled gloomily and hugged her. "All right, let's sleep." Lin Che didn't dare to say anything else. At this moment, sleeping was the best choice. Lying there with her head down, she could still smell the strong masculine scent on him. It was mixed with the smell of blood, but it made him even more manly. As she sniffed it, she seemed to feel a special sense of security. She really fell asleep just like that. And Gu Jingzi could only lower his head to look at his body, which was in high spirits. He glanced helplessly at Lin Che, who was fast asleep. Sometimes, he really didn't know what to do with her. The news of Gu Jingzi's injury was announced the next day. Knowing that Gu Jingzi was fine, the news media and the public heaved a sigh of relief. However, the economy and the stock market were in turmoil and had yet to recover. All kinds of conspiracy theories were being spread outside, causing many people to feel even more anxious. The news that Gu Jingzi was recuperating was spread by Glass Palace. These few days, the focus of the media was still on Gu Jingzi's injury. Now that they knew that Gu Jingzi was really fine and had passed the critical period, they began to think about how the accident happened. Various versions of the story began to spread, and some of the rumors were really like novels. Lin Che finally understood why it was said that if the Gu family stomped their feet, the whole of country C would tremble. He didn't expect that Gu Jingzi's injury would cause so many chain reactions, and even the entire market economy would experience a huge upheaval. Gu Jingzi's place was on lockdown, so ordinary people naturally couldn't enter. Except for special items, no one could enter. However, there were still many urgent matters. Gu Jingzi hadn't stopped since he woke up. He saw people from all walks of life, looked at all kinds of documents, and dealt with all kinds of matters. Lin Che didn't leave either. She watched Gu Jingzi deal with things, acting as his temporary secretary. She helped him bring tea and water, carry documents, and deliver things running back and forth. When Gu Jingzi dealt with his work, he began to be distracted. He knew that Lin Che was beside him, so he didn't care about her. Lin Che just watched Gu Jingzi from the side. Although he was injured and wrapped in bandages, with wounds everywhere, he still looked so noble. He sat on the hospital bed, decisive and awe-inspiring. Chapter 338. He was a little different from the Gu Jingzi she usually saw. Seeing that no one was coming, Lin Che asked Gu Jingzi if she wanted to call Yu Minmin. She hadn't told Yu Minmin everything yet. She was afraid that it would affect her work if she came here. However, she was worried that it would affect Gu Jingzi's safety since the place was locked down. Lin Che realized that she hadn't paid much attention to her safety before. She finally understood why Gu Jingzi had such tight security around him. Gu Jingzi passed the phone to Lin Che and said, "Use this. Although your phone might not be unsafe, it's better to use mine."
Huh?
"Isn't yours the same as mine?" Lin Che asked curiously. Gu Jingzi glanced at her. He was still reading the documents on the small table. He said calmly, "Mine is equipped with advanced anti-theft devices. Even the most advanced detection tools in the world can't find my phone, so..." He glanced at Lin Che again. "It's different from yours." Alright, since they didn't get along, he gave her another lesson about being a tycoon. However, Lin Che knew that he was telling the truth. Lin Che took the phone and went out to call Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was a little hesitant when she received the call. Mr. Gu?" She had received a call from Gu Jingzi before. At that time, she was so scared that she didn't dare to make a sound, so she was very careful this time. "No, it's me, Sister Yu," Lin Che said. Oh, it's you. You scared me to death. I thought Gu Jingze was fine. Why would he call me? Especially at such a critical time. I thought I was a spy or something. It's not that serious. It's safer for me to call you using Gu Jingze's phone. I was worried that someone might be eavesdropping. Of course you don't know what's going on outside since you're inside. The airport is still under investigation, and the entire B city is surrounded by all kinds of special police. Anyway, it looks really serious. Everyone has been talking about Gu Jingze. Is he okay now? Yeah, just a little shoulder injury. It's not a big problem. Oh, he's not disfigured, is he? Lin Che said, who cares about disfigurement now? What everyone is most concerned about now is whether Gu Jingze will be disfigured. Although few people have really seen what he looks like, everyone thinks that Mr. President and Gu Jingyu are so good-looking. He must look very similar. Everyone has seen some photos secretly and vaguely knows that he is really handsome, so now they are all thinking about what happened to him. Lin Che could only say speechlessly, "Alright, he's actually very good. He's not disfigured either." That's great. If this news can be sold to the media, it must be very expensive. What? No, I'm just joking. Am I crazy? How dare I sell Gu Jingze's news? I'm afraid I'll be arrested before the media. But is Gu Jingze really okay? Your place is completely blocked. No media knows where Gu Jingze is being treated. All the major hospitals are blocked, but they can't find Gu Jingze. Yes, we're in a very secret place. He's fine now. He's still dealing with business. I called to ask how the company is doing. Is it okay if I suddenly leave? At that time, you were taken away by a group of people with heavy weapons. Everyone thought something was wrong with you and was scared. But later they said you were fine. They were also wondering who you were related to and why you were taken away like that. The company explained to you that you had other plans, so you were delayed for a few days. Gu Jingyu didn't ask. He said it was okay if you asked for leave. Oh, that's good. Okay, don't worry. I'll take care of the company. You just take care of Gu Jingze. Well, okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che saw Chen Yuqing and Xin Yuren walking in, accompanied by several people with weapons. Seeing Lin Che, Xin Yuren hurried over. However, she was forced back by the people with weapons. Lin Che hurried over and said, "It's okay. She's my friend." The people next to them looked at Lin Che. At first, they didn't know that she was Mrs. Gu, but after Gu Jingze told them to, they finally knew that Lin Che's identity was as noble as Gu Jingze's, so they all became respectful. Xin Yuran ran over and said, "Oh my God, it's so hard to come here. How is Gu Jingze? Is he okay?" "Yes, he's fine. Why are you here?" Chen Yuran said, "Chen Yuqing is coming, so I came in to take a look." Chen Yuqing said, "I just came to take a look. Actually, I'm not very good at external injuries." Chen Yuqing quickly went in to talk business with Gu Jingze. Chen Yuran didn't go in, but just talked to Lin Che outside. "By the way, I couldn't get through to you. I was really worried about you, but Chen Yuqing said that you might be together, so I came to take a look." Lin Che said, "It was too urgent, so I didn't tell you. After coming in, I didn't dare to use my phone. But it's okay. I'm relieved to know that you and Gu Jingze are fine. But I didn't expect that Gu Jingze's accident would cause such a big commotion." "Lin Che, you have to be careful in the future," Xin Yuran said worriedly. Lin Che looked inside and pinched his fingertips, thinking, yes, Gu Jingze is such a high and mighty person. Even if he was really good to her, very gentle, and had never shown his different side to her, it didn't mean that there was no difference between them. Sometimes, their world was just so different, and no one could change it. Seeing that Chen Yuqing had come out, she shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Chen Yuqing looked at Lin Che. He was surprised that she had behaved so well despite the severity of the situation. She was calm and composed. It seemed that she didn't drop the ball at the crucial moment. He had thought that a young lady like her would have been scared out of her wits in such a situation. He had a whole new level of respect for Lin Che. Chen Yuran and Chen Yuqing left together. Because Chen Yuran had begged Chen Yuqing to bring her here, Chen Yuqing drove the car and said to Shen Yuran, "Remembers that you promised to treat me to dinner." Shen Yuran pursed her lips. Thinking that this time it was for Lin Che, she had no choice but to say, Okay, I'll let you off this time." How stingy, Shen Yuran thought. He had earned so much money, but he still wanted a commoner like her to treat him to dinner. Not long after, they arrived at Shen Yuran's neighborhood. For Chen Yuqing, this place was already a walk in the park. At first, he only wanted to teach Shen Yuran a lesson, so he got her to work by his side. He didn't expect that the two of them would see each other so often that they were almost together every day. Chapter 339. When they arrived, they asked Shen Yuran to get out of the car. Shen Yuran thought of something and raised her head. Gu Jingze looks dangerous. Will Lin Che be in danger if he's with him? Chen Yuqing said, Gu Jingze's life has always been dangerous. Otherwise, do you think the security guards around him are just for show? Yeah, he has a lot of security guards around him. Shen Yuran had thought they were just decorations before, because Gu Jingze didn't want to see anything bad happen. Why were there so many people around him? She thought those people were just there to stop the reporters and passers-by. She didn't expect that they would really be used today. Chen Yuqing said, "It's not the first time Gu Jingze has been in danger. This time, it's just that the media found out. Because the person who died was a special envoy from Country M, and it was an explosion. Too many security guards were injured or killed." Shen Yuran heard this and asked curiously, "So, Gu Jingze has actually encountered similar things in the past?" "Yeah, he's been shot at, he's been in a car accident, and he's been assassinated many times, although none of them succeeded." "Oh right. There was one time when the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Qixia, stood up and saved him. So now, the Gu family has been taking good care of Lu Qixia. Even Grandpa Gu likes Lu Qixia." Lu Qixia. I know. A while ago, they said that she is a woman who is in a relationship with Gu Jingze. Really, no man is good. Is he going to repay his kindness? Is he going to marry him? Then why did he marry Lin Che in the first place? Are you stupid? Why would he marry Lin Che? This is obviously just the media's speculation. Recently, Mo Huiling has been a lot more obedient. She probably gave up. The media can't take pictures of them, so she thinks that Gu Jingze has someone else. But Lu Qixia is a woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the #1 socialite in Country C for so many years. She's very good at pleasing people. I think she's not as good-looking as Lin Che. She's not as good as Lin Che in everything, and she still wants to compare herself with Lin Che. Her family background is better than Lin Che's. You may not know the Lu family, but you definitely know the ATL Mall. The coordinates of almost every city are this mall. This mall belongs to the Lu family." Shen Yuran said angrily, "I'll never go to this mall again. They don't lack a guest like you." When Shen Yuran heard this, she became even angrier. She stuck out her tongue at him and said, "All the crows in the world are black. There isn't a single good thing in men." After saying that, he ran away. When Shen Yuran entered the house, her younger sister caught up to her and said, "Sis, I've checked. Your boss is called Chen Yuqing, right?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. Did you know that he's actually one of the doctors who went overseas during the riots? I heard that his family is very powerful and rich. His whole family settled in Texas. Look, there's news about his family here. It's said that his family has a big castle-like house in Texas." Shen Yuran looked at Shen Yulan and said, "Just say what you want to say. Sister, if you don't grasp this person well, how can you meet such a good man in the future? Hey, wake up, okay?" Shen Yuran said, "What's so special about me that these men have a good impression of me?" "That's true." Shen Yuran looked at her and suddenly said, "But you can introduce me to your boss. You don't have anything special, but I do. I've been prettier than you since I was young, and I'm more talented than you, and I'm more likable than you. You'd better put away your thoughts as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to look at you. Moreover, he's not as easy to get close to as you think." Shen Yuran shook her head, opened the door, and went in. Shun Yuran angrily complained to her mother. Mom, look at Yuran. Isn't she just a little follower? Now, she's looking down on me. Humph. Alright, I'll talk about your sister later. You go in first and tidy up your clothes. Look at what you're wearing. It's full of holes. This is called fashion. What do you know?
Shun Yuran swaggered in.
Shun Yuran had promised to treat Chen Yuqing to a meal, so she couldn't escape. Seeing that Chen Yuqing had chosen a place that looked very expensive, Shun Yuran felt his heart ache. After sitting down to eat, Chen Yuqing saw her constipated expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. What's wrong? You're not happy that you're treating me to a meal? I'm happy. How can I not be happy? Shun Yuran hurriedly said. Chen Yuqing said, then what's with that expression? I'm like this because it's too delicious. Shun Yuran started to spout nonsense. Chen Yuqing smiled speechlessly. At this moment, a voice suddenly rushed in from outside. Sister, why are you here? Shun Yulan directly rushed in. She didn't even take a glance at Shun Yuran before looking at Chen Yuqing. She looked like a greedy wolf looking at its prey. Shun Yuran felt as though her saliva was about to fall out. Shun Yuran immediately stood up. Shun Yuran, why are you here? I'm here to eat. Come on. The expenses here are so high. Can you afford it? What's wrong? Why can't I afford it? Can I eat this meal with my allowance this month? Shun Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing and hurriedly said with a smile, Dr. Chen, why are you eating here with my sister? Shun Yuran saw that she was almost about to pounce on him. She knew that she must have followed her here. Chen Yuqing said bluntly, I've known your sister for a long time. What's wrong with eating together? You've known each other for a long time. Could it be that you have a special relationship? Although Shun Yuran absolutely didn't believe that they had a special relationship, she still looked at the two of them warily, as if she was afraid that they really had a special relationship. However, Chen Yuqing only said coldly, I'm afraid that's between me and your sister. Shun Yuran was stumped. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She stood there and said, How could it be between you two? My sister's boyfriend is a family matter. If you have a special relationship with my sister, you have to say that the men around my sister must pass my strict inspection. Chen Yuqing said, If that's the case. He looked at Shun Yuran. Shun Yuran hurriedly shrank back. She felt that there was something wrong with his gaze. Chen Yuqing smiled and said, Your sister and I really have a special relationship. What? Shun Yuran looked at Shun Yuran unhappily. She actually dared to lie to her and said that there was nothing between her and Chen Yuqing. Chapter 340. Shun Yulan hurriedly said, No, that's impossible. My sister has never told our family. Our family arranges blind dates for her every day. If you really have a relationship, how could she not tell us? Arrange blind dates? Chen Yuqing looked at Shun Yuran, who was standing opposite him. Shun Yuran hurriedly said, Hey, Yulan, what nonsense are you talking about? If there's nothing else, leave. Don't cause trouble here, okay? What's wrong, sister? Why didn't you tell us that you have a boyfriend? Or, do you have an improper relationship with Dr. Chen? It's improper. Shun Yuran couldn't take it anymore. She glanced at Chen Yuqing, pulled Shun Yuran up, and hurriedly walked out. Why are you pulling me? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Tell me, do you have a special relationship with him or not? Okay, sister, are you being played by him? Or are you being deceived? He doesn't allow you to tell others about your relationship, so he's playing with you. You can't be that stupid, right? Enough. Shun Yuran dragged her outside and said angrily, You've said enough. You followed me here just to mess with me, right? Hurry up and leave. Don't talk nonsense. Sister, why did you push me out so quickly? Are you afraid that I'll hook up with your lover? Look at what you're saying. Shun Yuran was speechless. I'm telling the truth, sister. If you don't give me something good this time, I'll go home and tell Mom that you're fooling around outside. Shun Yuran was angry and jealous. She looked at Shun Yuran and really didn't know what was so good about her that Chen Yuqing would like her. Even if they weren't dating and were just fooling around, Xin Yuran didn't look like she was good enough. Xin Yuran looked at her speechlessly. What do you want? Money, Xin Yuran said directly. Give me enough money, and I'll shut up. If you're not willing to give it to me, I'll ask Xin Yuqing for it myself. Come back here. Xin Yuran pulled her sister back. Okay, stop bothering me. I'll give you money. How much do you want? I want 1,000,000. That's enough. Xin Yuran looked at her speechlessly. Are you crazy?
He's so rich.
Doesn't he have 1,000,000?
Xin Yulan said.
Xin Yuran took out his wallet and gave her 1,000 yuan. That's all. Take it or leave it. That's too little. You follow such a rich man, and you give me so little money. You're too stingy. Xin Yuran snorted. No matter how much money I have, it's my money. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, this is all I can give you now. Xin Yuqing and I are not like what you think. I'm giving it to you because you're my sister. All right, hurry up and leave. It's not even enough for a pair of shoes. Xin Yulan said in disgust. 1,000 for a pair of shoes? Where did you get so much money, Xin Yulan? Realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag, Xin Yulan quickly stuffed the money in and said vaguely, All right, I won't disturb you and Dr. Chen anymore. You guys go on with your meal, I'll be leaving first. While he's still interested in you, hurry up and ask for more money so that you can change your poor aura. Look at what you're wearing. With that, Xin Yulan ran off.
Come back here.
You still haven't told me where you got the money to buy such expensive shoes. Xin Yuran wanted to chase after her, but Xin Yuqing grabbed her hand. All right, she's already gone.
There's no point in asking.
Let's go and continue eating. But your sister is really different from you, Xin Yuqing said as he looked at her. Xin Yuran said, She's been spoiled by her family. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. Your family will suffer in the future. Xin Yuqing said as he glanced in the direction that Xin Yuran had left. Xin Yuran glared at him, but she knew that he was right. Xin Yuran had been spoiled by her family, and she was getting more and more out of hand. Now, no one could control her anymore. Xin Yuran turned around and watched as Xin Yuqing brought her sister in. She then glanced at Xin Yuqing's extremely expensive car and felt very indignant. After some thought, she picked up her phone and called someone saying, My sister hooked up with a rich guy. Sigh, don't mention how rich he is. I think I can buy that bag you mentioned last time. Help me order it. I'll ask my sister for money next time. Gu Jing's injury looked much better. Lin Che was helping him with the gauze. She saw that the inside was scabbing, but he still looked very scary. Her heart ached, and she couldn't help but lighten her grip on him. Gu Jing's turned his head and saw how careful Lin Che was. He tugged at his shirt nonchalantly and said, I can do it myself. You're too slow. Lin Che hurriedly said, Sigh, how can you do that? Don't move. I'll do it for you. Lin Che looked at the wounds on his body. She felt that even if they healed, there would definitely be a big scar left. She couldn't help but feel a little sorry for such a big scar on such a good-looking body. Lin Che said, It'll probably leave a scar in the future. This wound looks very big. Gu Jingze looked at it and said, Luckily, the scar should disappear a lot. My recovery ability is also very fast. Otherwise, my body would have been full of scars long ago. Hearing Gu Jing's words, Lin Che could only sigh and hope that was the case. She said, You must have never suffered such a serious injury in the past. Gu Jingze said, Yes, this is also the first time I've suffered such a heavy wound. However, the scars from before are not very obvious anymore.
Look.
Gu Jingze pointed at a shallow wound. It was cut by a knife. It doesn't look obvious, right? Lin Che took a closer look and saw that there was a little bit.
Yes.
However, he had never been cut by a knife before. Gu Jingze pointed at the area below. This is a gunshot wound. You can see a small spot. It grazed the shoulder. Lin Che peeled it open and looked. She could indeed see a piece of it. Because his skin color was too even, one couldn't see it at all when she looked at it normally. However, she could still see it if she looked carefully. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. How did he get so many injuries? Gu Jingze was speechless, when she stared at him. He patted her head and said, "All right, I know I'm very good-looking, but you don't have to stare at me like that."
Get lost.
Who thinks that you're good-looking? Seriously, shameless. Humph, Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jing's face instantly tensed up. He looked at Lin Che and asked, "I'm not good-looking?" Lin Che looked at his gloomy expression and could only say, Okay. You're good-looking. You're the most good-looking man I've ever seen." Hearing that, Gu Jing's expression relaxed a little. However, as if he had thought of something, he looked up and asked, "Who's good-looking, me or Gu Jingyu?" Why was Gu Jingyu involved again? You're different from Gu Jingyu. Chapter 341. As Lin Che said this, she saw that Gu Jing's eyes had darkened again, and his gaze on her had sharpened. She quickly said, "You're good-looking." "Of course it's you, Gu Jingza. Although Gu Jingyu is good-looking too, he's not my type." Gu Jing's expression immediately returned to normal, but he still looked at her unhappily. "Think carefully before you answer next time." Yes. You're the prettiest. You're the prettiest in the world." Seeing that he was sick, she could only say this. Gu Jingza said, "That's enough. It's good enough that you can lie so badly." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza speechlessly. "Why didn't I realize that you were such a tsundere before?" Gu Jingza said, "I didn't realize that your IQ was so low."
Get lost.
Lin Che said, "If I had known that you were so difficult to please, I definitely wouldn't have married you." Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che. "If I had known that you were so retarded, I wouldn't have married you." "Hey, did you think that I was very smart at first?" Lin Che asked curiously. "Of course. If he could poison me in the hotel, I don't think his IQ is that low." "Hey, that's child's play, okay? I just bribed the hotel staff to sneak in and I even got into the purified water." "But you didn't think that I was the one who was infatuated with you?" "Yeah, how could I have thought of that? I didn't think that Gu Jingyu was special at that time. I thought that he was just a celebrity." If she had known that the Gu family was so difficult to deal with, she wouldn't have dared to drug them even if she had 10 times the courage. However, she was just angry at that time. She didn't expect that she would enter another world and see so many things that she thought were impossible in the past. Fine, you didn't even figure out who the other party was, and you dared to drug him like this. Your IQ really is low from the beginning. Perhaps the people I've come into contact with are too calculative, so I was wrong from the beginning. Yeah. So do you regret marrying me? You thought I would be able to turn the world upside down, but in the end I didn't. Lin Che thought. She was just that ordinary, such a simple person. He must feel a lot of regret. No, I don't regret it. You are very special. He thought that a girl who could be liked by so many people would not be ordinary at all. He had always thought that she must have some kind of superpower, which was why she was so attractive. Gradually, he didn't hate her as much as before. Instead, he found it hard to reject many of her words. He tapped her forehead. "You're especially silly. Fuck off. You only know how to coax me. How dare you say that you didn't hate me at first? You thought I was annoying, so every time you saw me, you looked constipated." "Yeah, I did think you were annoying at first," Gu Jingza said. Lin Che's face fell. After a long time, he calmed down. He thought to himself, forget it. It's not like I can't talk for a day or two. Instead of counting on Gu Jingza to coax me, it's better to count on Gu Jingming to act like Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingza said, "But I got used to it later. At first, I was annoyed when I saw you. I didn't know why I married you. After all, I only stayed in the hotel for a day, and you barged in sloppily. You even drugged me. Do you know how many dangers I've encountered in my life? But there was only one time when I felt it was particularly outrageous. So when I saw you, I thought that I actually took that drug and couldn't help but do those things with you. I felt angry." Gu Jingza recalled what had happened that day. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, he saw a sloppy woman standing there. At that time, he felt like he was dreaming. He had never encountered such a thing in his life. But the next moment he felt his body change. He couldn't control himself. He wanted to press this woman, who looked like a lost deer, on the bed and take her. Lin Che said innocently, "I didn't expect it either." Lin Che said innocently, "I didn't expect it either. I was still in the room preparing the camera when I heard you come in. I thought it was Gu Jingyu, and I was so scared that I almost went crazy. In the end, the man who came in was you, and you even pounced on me. I'm the victim, okay? I remember I even called for help, but no one cared about me." She still remembered clearly that when he came in, she didn't even see his face clearly before he pounced on her. Actually, now that she thought about it, he didn't smell bad, and his body didn't make her feel disgusted. It was just that he looked too rough, and he didn't care about her resistance and went straight in. She was stunned at the time and couldn't react for a long time. How could something like that happen? Gu Jingzi said, "What's the use of calling for help? My people only listen to my orders. No one will come in until I ring the bell. Moreover, the hotel is soundproof and my place is even soundproof. No one will care about you even if you scream yourself hoarse." And you were so rough, and you used so much force. You didn't have any technique at all. What did you say? Gu Jingzi glared at Lin Che. Lin Che saw Gu Jingzi's face darken, as if he was going to open his mouth and eat her. She was so scared that she quickly moved further away. "What's wrong? Wasn't that your first time? You were like a pile driver. You only know how to go in and out. You don't know anything else. Am I wrong?" Gu Jingzi's face immediately darkened again. "Lin Che, come here and talk." Gu Jingzi waved at her. Lin Che said hurriedly, "What do you want?" "I'm not going. Be good. Come here when I tell you to." Gu Jingzi's eyes darkened. His dark eyes were full of temptation when he stared at someone. But Lin Che wouldn't fall for it.
No.
"Come down if you have the guts. I'm not going over." Gu Jingzi's eyes hooked. "Don't you know whether I have guts or not?" Lin Che blushed. She looked at him and said fearlessly, "I did in the past. Now that I'm injured, I don't necessarily have it anymore. Who knows if I'll be useless in the future." Gu Jingzi's face darkened again. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Come here." "I'm not going over. I'm not going over. Do I want to die if I go over? I'm not going over." Lin Che stuck out her tongue at him from afar. Gu Jingzi thought that he had really spoiled her recently. Was she really not afraid of him now? She actually dared to argue with him like this. "If you come over now, I can still spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "I'm not going. I'm not going. Anyway, you're a sick cat now and can't get out of bed. I'm not going to fall for it. There seems to be someone outside. I'll go out and take a look. I can't catch him. I can't catch him." Lin Che laughed and ran out quickly. Gu Jingzi sat there, choked. He looked at the apparatus on his body. He really couldn't get out of bed, so he could only give up. He just looked in the direction that Lin Che left in speechlessly. This girl. If it was anyone else, she would never dare to be so disrespectful to him and speak to him like that. Now, she dared to jump on his head and argue with him like this. If anyone else saw her like this, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Chapter 342. Seeing Lin Che run out, the people outside were very surprised. They looked at Lin Che as if he was a monster. This girl was too daring. Gu Jingzi was a person who paid attention to etiquette, but she ran around to disturb him. They were really worried for her. However, seeing that Gu Jingzi didn't move at all, they withdrew their gazes and thought in surprise, "It seems that Gu Jingzi treats this secret wife quite well." Actually, they had a good impression of Lin Che. Although she seemed to be very noisy now, she would immediately stop talking and watch from behind when there was a problem. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, and wouldn't delay the business at all. Usually, although she was using the name of Mrs. Gu, she didn't have the slightest willfulness, which made people feel very comfortable. As Lin Che was talking, he heard someone say that someone had come to visit Gu Jingze. Lin Che replied with an "oh" and saw Lu Chuxia walking in step by step with her people. Lu Chuxia was here. Seeing that Lin Che was actually inside, Lu Chuxia's eyes darkened. Gu Jingze actually allowed her to come to such an important place. She really didn't know what this brat did to make Gu Jingze trust her so much. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia and saw that there was a man following behind her. He was tall, handsome, and looked very neat. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many men like Gu Jingze, so when he saw such a handsome man, Lin Che didn't feel much. He just looked at him curiously. He heard Lu Chuxia say calmly to the man, "Brother, you go in first. I saw an acquaintance." Lin Che knew that the person was Liu Beichen. So he was Gu Jingyan's husband. Liu Beichen saw Lin Che and stared at him. Then he said politely to her, "Sister-in-law, right?" "Hello, I'm Liu Beichen." "Hello, I'm Lin Che. Just call me Lin Che." "Yeah, I'm here to see Jingze. You guys talk first, I'll go in to see him." "Oh, okay." Lin Che looked at Liu Beichen and thought to himself, no wonder Gu Jingyan likes him. He's handsome, tall, and has a very good temperament. However, his sister was Lu Chuxia watched her brother go in before saying to Lin Che, "Why are you here?" Lin Che said, "Can I be here? As Gu Jingze's wife, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be here." "Huh, I'm just thinking that you've never seen anything like this before. Are you sure that you won't ruin the place?" Lin Che naturally felt uncomfortable in his heart. Being belittled like this, he only felt that she was really annoying. It wasn't because she coveted Gu Jingze that Lin Che found her annoying. It was because she was really annoying and didn't have any preconceived notions. Lin Che said, "Miss Liu, is it fun for you to belittle me all the time?" Lu Chuxia said, "I'm really curious as to why Gu Jingze would marry someone like you. You should know that you and Gu Jingze aren't suitable for each other, but you still stay here and keep holding Gu Jingze up. That's why I want to belittle you." Lin Che didn't think that there would be such a person in this world. "Since Gu Jingze married me, it means that I have my good points. Of course, you don't know this." "Huh, I know you have your good points. Your face is still good to look at, but you'll get tired of it sooner or later. So, Lin Che, I advise you to leave Gu Jingze as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't look good when I personally chase you away." Lin Che didn't know where she got the confidence to think that Gu Jingze would be hers. "Then go ahead and try," Lin Che said. Lu Chuxia snorted and walked forward in her high heels. She tilted her head slightly to look at Lin Che. "You saw what happened today. Why do you think I can come in here? This is the advantage of having a background. Ordinary people can't come in, but I'm not an ordinary person. I'm from the same world as Gu Jingze, so even if Gu Jingze seals off the world, I can still come in. You have no idea what I've been through with Gu Jingze." "I've known him for many years. There are many things that I know that you will never know. This is my advantage." Humph. After saying that, she looked at Gu Ruoyun with disdain and walked into the room. Lu Chuxia knew that Lin Che was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. She originally thought that he was just a small character, but she didn't expect that he had already gotten on the good side of the Gu family before her. She even made Gu Xinda favor her so much. But to Lu Chuxia, the biggest problem was still Mo Huiling, who had the same family background as her. Because Gu Jingze and Mo Huiling had a deep relationship, not this poor little artist in front of her. "Open the door." She stood at the door and said to the guard. The guard had heard the conversation between the two. Seeing Lu Chuxia's arrogant look, he felt that she was a bully. Moreover, although she looked beautiful, she didn't make people like her. Usually, Lin Che didn't let them open and close the door. Every time, he would take the initiative to open and close the door himself. When they helped, Lin Che would even thank them. Although she was the top socialite in Country C, she was still Mrs. Gu. The guard stood there and didn't move. He just glanced at Lu Chuxia and pretended not to hear her. Lu Chuxia was stunned. She looked at the people on both sides and said, I told you to open the door.
Didn't you hear me?
At this moment, Lin Che said from behind, All right, since there are people here, you can go over there and watch. You don't need to worry about this. When the guards heard Lin Che's words, they immediately stood at attention and said in unison, Yes. Then, they lifted their feet and walked forward. Lu Chuxia didn't expect them to treat her like this. She angrily grabbed one of the guards and said, What do you mean by this? You pretended not to hear what I said just now, and now you're leaving after Lin Che said something. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? The guard looked ahead calmly and said coldly, We only need to listen to Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu's orders. We can't listen to anyone else's orders. When Lu Chuxia heard this, she knew that the Gu family's security guards were all like this. They would never listen to anyone else's orders, no matter who the other party was or how much power they had. People who were trained like this were all like fighting machines. But now, their behavior made Lu Chuxia feel extremely embarrassed. She turned around and glared at Lin Che behind her. She harumphed and directly pushed the door open and went inside. When the guards saw Lu Chuxia like this, they felt that Lin Che was really a good person. They hoped that Gu Jingzi didn't change his wife. He bowed to Lin Che and the others before leaving. Chapter 343. After Lu Chuxia entered the room, she saw that Gu Jingzi had immediately changed into a different person. She hurried over and said to Gu Jingzi with concern, Jingzi, you really scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. Gu Jingzi glanced at her and then saw Lin Che, who had come in behind her, carrying a tray.
It was time for them to eat.
Previously, the two of them ate together. Coincidentally, the two of them were here today. Gu Jingzi said, Have you eaten?
Ah.
Lu Chuxia saw that he didn't answer her and looked at him gloomily. She was a little angry, but she quickly smiled gently and said, Yes, we have. Oh, then we won't stand on ceremony. Have a seat. We'll be done soon. Gu Jingzi raised his hand and gestured for Lin Che to come over. Lin Che took the tray over. Gu Jingzi frowned and said, Why are you holding the food? Where are the servants? With that said, Gu Jingzi glared at her silently and reached out to take the tray. Lin Che said, It's okay. I saw that there were people inside, so I didn't let the servants in. Do you want to eat now? Gu Jingzi took the tray with one hand. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the tray tilted and the contents fell to the ground. The white porcelain bowl fell to the ground and shattered. Lin Che was shocked and said quickly, Oh no, it's all broken. She quickly squatted down and picked up the pieces on the ground. Seeing that she was reaching out to grab it, Gu Jingzi quickly said, All right, don't move. But it was too late. Lin Che's hand had already scratched it. Hiss. Lin Che snorted, but Gu Jingzi had already jumped to the ground. Frowning, he pulled her hand and said, All right, don't move. Look at how clumsy you are. Without waiting for Lin Che to say anything, Gu Jingzi had already put her finger into his mouth. I know, it's dirty. Lin Che cried and tried to pull back. Gu Jingzi's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed her and said fiercely, I told you not to move, and you still moved. His tongue licked off the blood on her fingertip. He held her hand and looked at it carefully. All right, the wound isn't deep. With that said, he lifted Lin Che with one hand. Lin Che let out a cry and hugged his neck as she looked at Gu Jingzi. Put me down. I'm fine. Why are you carrying me?
Don't move.
The ground is full of debris. Let's see what you can do if you step on it clumsily. But, without saying a word, Gu Jingzi carried her and put her on the bed. Lin Che wanted to move, but Gu Jingzi looked at him coldly and said, Don't move. Gu Jingzi glared at Lin Che and said, Ask the servants to do these things next time. Do you hear me?
If
Lin Che could only say, If it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have fallen. Gu Jingzi glared at Lin Che. Only she dared to talk back to him. He waved his hand to call someone to clean up. Lin Che looked at him warmly. Although he was fierce to her, She knew that he was doing it for her own good. Gu Jingze was used to treating her fiercely, but he did it for her good. Lin Che looked at him gratefully. He felt that Gu Jingze looked so handsome standing on the ground with only half of his body covered with gauze. Opposite them, the Lu siblings looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che in surprise. Lu Chuxia didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so nice to Lin Che. He, who didn't do any housework, actually helped Lin Che carry things. He wasn't afraid of getting dirty. He even sucked on Lin Che's finger and carried her to the bed. The servants seemed to have long been accustomed to this state of affairs. They quietly tidied up the things on the ground, and in an orderly manner, the ground became spotless once again. Lu Chuxia thought about how Gu Jingze carried Lin Che just now. She was envious and jealous. She couldn't bear the pain of his scratches. Gu Jingze was so handsome. Even though he was injured, it didn't affect his handsome appearance at all. On the contrary, it made him look more masculine. He was not wearing any clothes. He only wore a pair of trousers. The waistband of the trousers made his waist look slimmer. His inverted triangle shape was more obvious. His long legs looked longer than others. No wonder his body was so well proportioned. Gu Jingze was so handsome. When she hugged Lin Che, Lu Chuxia wished that she was the one in his arms instead. It must feel really good to be able to touch his beautiful skin. However, the person he was carrying was Lin Che, the good-for-nothing Lin Che. Liu Beichen looked at the two of them and stood up with a smile. He said to them, "It seems that we came at the wrong time. Jingze, I'll tell you in detail next time. I won't disturb you and sister-in-law." He looked at Lin Che and said with a smile, "I won't disturb your meal." Hearing this, Gu Jingze didn't ask them to stay and nodded. Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che indignantly and said to Gu Jingze, "This place is a little shabby. I don't think it's as good as our villa. If you're willing, why don't you rest at our villa? The environment is much better than here. We have servants and everything." As Lu Chuxia spoke, she glanced at Lin Che, as if to say that she and Gu Jingze belonged to the same world. Lin Che's family had a villa, servants, and everything else. Compared to this clumsy girl, Gu Jingze was much better. Lin Che knew that she said it deliberately for him to hear, so he didn't avoid her. He sat there and looked at Lu Chuxia without showing any weakness. Gu Jingze said coldly, "No need. Do you think the Lu family servants are better than the Gu family servants?" Lu Chuxia choked and was speechless again. Which family servants could be as professional and well-mannered as the Gu family servants? They were so tight-lipped and loyal. Even the Lu family servants were not worthy of Gu Jingze's attention. Lu Chuxia was angry. He didn't even look at her and asked her to leave. Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che one last time. She had no reason to stay and could only walk out. When they were outside, Liu Beichen looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "That's enough. I don't think you have a chance. I've never seen Gu Jingze so protective of any woman, not even Mo Huiling. No, Gu Jingze is doing it for me to see. He just wants me to give up," Lu Chuxia said. "But he treats me differently. Have you seen him treat any woman so generously? Have you seen any woman get close to him? But he's letting me get close to him." Lu Chuxia said and snorted, "Who does Lin Che think he is? He's just a tool. One day, Gu Jingze will personally kick him out of the Gu family." Chapter 344. With that, Lu Chuxia lifted her high heels and walked out. In her heart, Gu Jingze would never fall in love with someone like Lin Che, because Lin Che couldn't compare to her in anything. How could Gu Jingze's taste be that bad? But she thought that she had to think of a way to make Gu Jingze completely hate Lin Che. Lin Che watched as she left, and the helper brought over another serving of food. She then sat down and said, "Miss Lu seems to be very close to you." Gu Jingze said, "She's just a kid. You don't have to care about her." "But the Lu family seems to be very powerful," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "What does that have to do with her?" Lin Che said, I just feel that I'm a little useless. My family is so terrible, my background is so terrible, and I'm so clumsy.
I don't know anything.
You also said that my IQ is very low. Gu Jingze frowned deeply, and a fleeting murderous look flashed across his eyes.
Did someone say something to you?
No, I just said that. Don't you say that about me every day? Gu Jingze could say that about her, but if someone dared to say anything bad about her, Gu Jingze felt that he wouldn't let that person have a chance to appear in Country C. Gu Jingze's expression softened a little. He looked at Lin Che and said, I said that compared to me, you are indeed useless. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. But if you were really useless, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. You wouldn't have made my mother, grandfather, and the whole family fall in love with you. You wouldn't have made the servants acknowledge you as Mrs. Gu. So, you can't be useless. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Really? Then, what do you think about me? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's chest. You have 2 outstanding areas.
Really? What are they?
She really didn't know what she was good about. She blinked at Gu Jingze, only to see that he was staring at her. She was stunned and followed his gaze. Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled. Yeah, I'm considered quite outstanding. Lin Che put his hands on his hips and looked at him angrily. Gu Jingze raised his hand and stroked her head. All right, don't think too much about it. It's already a good thing that you're chosen by me and become my woman. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? My taste has always been good, so don't worry. You're not a good-for-nothing. That's why I chose you. You're not smart, you're not good at etiquette, you're not good at anything because you're my woman. You're better than any other woman in Country C. Gu Jingze said with a smile. You're not good at anything, you're not good at etiquette, you're not good at anything. Lin Che paused for a moment and looked at Gu Jingze. For a moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He said she was his woman. Such words were always so domineering that it made people feel an inexplicable sense of belonging. Especially when he said that, he looked so sexy. Before he finished eating, Gu Jingming suddenly came to visit. Lin Che hurriedly jumped off the bed and gave the place to the 2 brothers. She felt that Gu Jingze was really working hard. He didn't even have a single idle day in the ward. Gu Jingming came with the guards from Luli Palace. There was a bunch of them standing outside. After Lin Che went out, Gu Jingze's security guards took her outside and escorted her to another place in the rehab home to rest. She was very touched by the special care the security guards gave her. She thought about Gu Jingze's words and felt that since they treated her so well, it must mean that she wasn't really a good-for-nothing. Lu Chuxia was the annoying person, no matter how much she had inside. Gu Jingming said to Gu Jingze, the news of me and Yu Minmin has been exposed. Gu Jingze looked at him in surprise. What did you say? Gu Jingming placed the report in front of Gu Jingze. Maybe the news was exposed during the chaos, or maybe the chaos was caused by the same person. Anyway, the photo of me and that woman. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep it. Gu Jingze looked at the news and suddenly realized that the photo was still there after such a long time. It meant that the person must have planned this for a long time. The woman in the photo was blurry, but the man was very obvious. It was Gu Jingming. He stood there with his upper body exposed. He didn't move, but when placed together with the naked body on the bed, it was too obvious. Gu Jingze said, Didn't they stop the report? They only stopped one person, but it's going to happen soon, Gu Jingming said with a serious look. Gu Jingze smiled and leaned against the wall. Why don't you just say that she's your fiancé? Jingze. All right, I'll stop joking with you. Call your secretary in, and we'll discuss how to deal with it. It's obvious that someone is going against the Gu family on purpose. We can't let our guard down. At the TV station, Yu Minmin was preparing to pack up. Lin Che was busy, and she stayed with the crew to see what the others were doing. Song Shuhai had been very obedient. He just felt that Lin Che's visit was very coincidental and strange. Because of Gu Jingze, Gu Jingyu had been in seclusion recently. He probably didn't have time to deal with the crew, so he hadn't seen him for a long time. Just as she packed her things and left with Yang Lingxin, she heard a young actress say, "Oh my God, the president's bed photo is out." Yu Minmin was stunned. Yang Lingxin said, "No way. How could the president have a bed photo?" But Yu Minmin still looked at it subconsciously. When she saw the photo, she was completely stunned. That was herself. How could she not know? At this moment, Miss Yu Minmin, right? A serious voice came from above her. She raised her head and saw a few tall and burly men standing in front of her with a man in a suit. She felt that they looked familiar. There are some matters that require Miss Yu's cooperation. Please come with us, Miss Yu. Yu Minmin didn't expect that the incident would be exposed after so long. That was just an accident that could not be avoided, but it had dragged her into these unavoidable political circles and made her come into contact with these people that she had never thought of before. Maybe it was all because of Lin Che. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to that hotel. But no matter what the reason was, she could only go with them now. Chapter 345. Yang Lingxin asked in astonishment, "Sister Minmin, it's nothing. I'm going there to settle some problems at home." She passed the documents to Yang Lingxin. "This is Lin Che's information. Take it back and give it to me at the office tomorrow."
All right.
Yang Lingxin looked at the people in front of her and felt a little strange. These people seemed very powerful and didn't look like they belonged to the company. But she looked at Yu Minmin and didn't dare to say anything. She only looked at them fearfully and watched as Yu Minmin left the set with them. President's residence, Glass Palace. It was Yu Minmin's first time coming to such a place. She had seen it on TV every year when it was open to the public.
But there weren't any security guards there that day.
After she came in, there were many layers of security. She didn't even have a bag on her. Gu Jingming entered the room and handed the documents over to one of his attendants. He looked at Yu Minmin as he walked in, his expression dark and gloomy. He looked at her with disgust, then threw the documents in front of her. Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingming and picked up the documents suspiciously. Her face turned pale. Gu Jingming said, "The only way I can think of is to announce to the public that this is a photo of me and my fiancé. It was taken secretly. But this is my normal private life and has nothing to do with the public." Yu Minmin was shocked. "My face is very blurry. It shouldn't matter, right? I don't rule out the possibility that they have more clear photos. So you have to cooperate with Glass Palace."
What?
Yu Minmin looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" "It means that from now on, you are my fiancé." Yu Minmin was completely stunned. How could she be his fiancé? But there are no buts. You are the one who caused this, and now you have to take responsibility for it. This is the result. I didn't call you here to discuss with you, but to inform you that you are my fiancé from now on. Although you probably won't be exposed for the time being, you need to be prepared. If one day you are exposed, or if I need to further develop with you, I will inform you."
What?
Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming in surprise. "Are you saying that I have to cooperate with you?"
Why?
Gu Jingming approached Yu Minmin step by step. He looked at Yu Minmin's face and said calmly, "Otherwise, I'll put you and your family in prison because it's possible that you'll act as spies and jeopardize national security. You are abusing your power. If you really want to think of it that way, it's not wrong. That's enough. I didn't directly get rid of you because you're Lin Che's manager. Otherwise, what right do you think you have to stand here and talk to me?" Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself. "I think you haven't gotten rid of me yet because you still need me. That's why I'm standing here." Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes. That pair of evil eyes seemed to carry a bit of murderous intent. Looking at the bold woman in front of him, his bright eyes almost buried her. But Yu Minmin didn't care at all. She was already on this boat. Sooner or later, she would die. She didn't know if she would be thrown away after being used, or if she would be killed by someone else because of these complicated relationships. This was the only way out, so why was she still so afraid? Yu Minmin said, "What other request do you have?"
Just say it this time.
Don't beat around the bush. It's all fake anyway. I can't win against you politicians or the powerful president, so I won't play any tricks.
Just say it.
Don't waste your energy beating around the bush. Hearing this, Gu Jingming looked at her deeply and said, You better think so. What else can I think? You are so powerful. What else can I think?
Yu Minmin said.
Gu Jingming stared at her indifferently. After a while, he said, Okay, you'd better remember what you said today. I didn't hide anything from you. From now on, you are my fiancé. I don't need you to change anything. You just need to be yourself. Remember, don't try to run away. Otherwise, you will regret the decision you made. Don't worry. I won't. Indeed, Gu Jingming didn't need her to do anything. Anyway, having a commoner as his fiancé was good for his image. Moreover, the public had been speculating and his family had been forcing him to marry her. At this time, he could only choose her as his fiancée. They could only blame the other party for being in the dark while they were out in the open. They really didn't know what other information they had in their hands. Gu Jingming said, Let's go. I'll send you back. It's okay. I can go back myself, she said as she walked out. However, Gu Jingming still followed her. I need to observe your family situation. Yu Minmin looked up suspiciously. He said, Let's go. Seeing him walk out, Yu Minmin had no choice but to follow him. Sitting in the car of the presidential palace, Yu Minmin looked at the guards outside and took a deep breath. She felt that the president, who was admired by thousands of people, was sitting less than a few centimeters away from her. She sighed secretly and felt that everything was too surprising. She couldn't think about what to do next. Yu Minmin's family wasn't very well off. The money she had worked hard to save had been squandered by her father, who was addicted to gambling. Now, there was nothing at home except for her younger brother, who was still in school. Gu Jingming looked at the road outside and kept walking into the alley. The ground was full of potholes. The location of the village in the city looked a little dirty. Gu Jingming looked outside. The people at the President Palace had already prepared to take pictures. They were going to report on him, sending his fiancée home in the newspapers tomorrow. Yu Minmin naturally didn't know about this. He looked at the woman beside him. He didn't have any plans to get married at the moment, but now he had an inexplicable fiancée. Soon, they arrived at the place. Yu Minmin said to him, Thank you for sending me back. Looking at the shabby place, she said, Mr. President, you've never been to such a shabby place before, right? If you regret asking me to cooperate with you, remember to tell me in advance. Gu Jingming looked at the dirty alley outside and didn't say anything. Yu Minmin didn't say anything more. She closed the car door, looked back at the huge group of people and walked in.
Sis.
Hearing her brother's call, Yu Minmin turned around and smiled at the teenager who ran over. She looked at her brother and smiled dotingly. Just finished class? Yes, sis. The teacher who tutored me finished class late today. Oh yeah, sis, who are those people? The younger brother asked as he looked at the back with his young face. Yu Minmin looked at the slowly moving cars. Oh, nothing. They're here to send you home. Is that so? They look so powerful. Yu Minmin smiled and hugged her brother's neck. Let's go in. Chapter 346. In the car, Gu Jingming was looking out from the back. Yu Minmin brought his brother into the dilapidated building. In front, the chauffeur asked, Mr. President, are we going back? Yes, let's go back. He turned back and took another deep look before saying quietly. The next day, when Yu Minmin was still in the office, she heard people exclaiming, Oh my God, it can't be. The president announced that he has a fiancée. I actually fell out of love. When did the president have a fiancée? Why didn't I know? Didn't you see? There are people spreading photos of the president's bed on the internet. So, Mr. President made a statement in Glass Palace, saying that he has his own private life and that he met his fiancée a year ago. He also proposed to the people who secretly took photos of him. He also hoped that the people who secretly took photos of him could supervise his work. However, regarding his private life, especially when it concerns the private life of other innocent women, please be magnanimous. Because she is just an ordinary girl without any background, she has her own ordinary life. I hope that she will not be disturbed. The internet immediately condemned the people who secretly took photos. They felt that the president was also human. So, what if he had a fiancée? So, what if he was together with his fiancée? How dare they secretly take photos of him? There were also quite a number of people who started to exclaim that the president really had a fiancée and even admitted it. There were also people who stared at that person and guessed which girl was so lucky to be a commoner. This scene really reminded people of the commoner story of Princess Diana. It made people yearn for it. Yu Minmin looked at the news page and laughed speechlessly. She thought to herself, these people really thought that the fairy tale of Cinderella and the prince was real. However, it was a pity that this Cinderella was a Cinderella that was created by someone. She sighed and closed her laptop. Then she received a call. Miss Yu, I am Linda. I am Mr. President's secretary. If you have any questions in the future, you can call me. If Mr. President needs anything, I will also inform you. Oh, sorry to trouble you, she said. Miss Yu, you don't have to be so courteous with me. You are the future mistress of Glass Palace. It is my duty to serve you. Why did these words make people want to laugh? She was clearly the ugly duckling who had been forced to do more than she could chew, and now her life was in the hands of the president's glorious achievements. After Gu Jingze recovered, the ban on the outside was finally lifted. Although they were still searching for the suspect, the media had already revealed that the suspect had probably left the country. They didn't mention that the person who had been killed by the suicide bomber was already dead, and that the suspect they had arrested was only a plotter. Gu Jingze and Lin Che returned to the Gu mansion together. The servants were all very happy. Before, when Gu Jingze's condition was unknown, they were all worried. Now that Gu Jingze was back, they were relieved. Lin Che was busy inside and outside. She helped Gu Jingze carry things and pour water. She had gotten used to doing that these days. Gu Jingze didn't like any servants entering the room, so Lin Che was the one who did the work. When Gu Jingze saw that she had brought the water, he pulled Lin Che back and said, "All right, you don't need to do anything. Just let them do what they need to do. Why are you walking around?" Lin Che said, "It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway." "All right, I'm sitting here now. You walking around is making me dizzy," Gu Jingze said as he pressed Lin Che down with a frown. Seeing this, the servant hurriedly said, "Sir, madam, you can just rest. Leave these chores to us." Another servant hurriedly said, "Madam is too hard-working. It's better to leave these to us servants." "Madam and sir are noble. How can you do such manual labor?" Lin Che said, "What's there to be noble about? Everyone is the same. I can do it at home too." "Madam, you're too kind." The servant sighed as she looked at Lin Che. Because they hadn't seen each other for a few days, she felt very happy to see the two of them. The servants' expressions were all passionate. Even Gu Jingze could feel their enthusiasm. In the past, he often left, but he had never seen these servants so excited. The servant said to Lin Che, "Madam, it's okay. These are what we should do anyway. Since Madam has already done it, what else can we do?" "That's right. Madam, we're already very happy that you and Sir can come back to stay. When you weren't here, this place didn't feel like a home. Now it feels like a home." "Huh, don't tell me you all miss me?" Lin Che said with a smile. The servants heard this and said, "Of course we miss Madam. Without Madam, the house is so quiet." Gu Jingze looked at them and shook his head with a smile. He pulled Lin Che over and said, "All right, let them do their work. You just sit here obediently." Lin Che could only watch as the servants tidied up the place. She leaned against the wall and looked at Gu Jingze, who was lying on the bed. Actually, although it was good to be in the rehab home, it always made people feel depressed. Now that she was home, her mood was much better. So Lin Che smiled happily. Seeing that the servants had quickly tidied up the room, she felt very at ease. Most importantly, Gu Jingze, who was next to her, was holding her hand from time to time. He was grasping and groping her hand. From time to time, she would glance at Gu Jingze, who was reading the documents. She felt that every expression on his face was so pleasing to look at. It was a different feeling, as if she could never get enough of him. Gu Jingze looked at the documents and the servants. For a moment, he couldn't imagine what the house would be like without Lin Che. But he was very sure that these servants didn't miss him at all in the past. Seeing that the servants had left, Gu Jingze said, "Look at you. You still say that you're useless, but you've won over the hearts of the people in this house." Lin Che said speechlessly, "How is that possible? They don't miss me at all usually." "That's because you're too serious. You're always sullen and fierce. Who would miss you?" Gu Jingze glared at her and said, "It's not like that. They're very loyal to me, but they have a different feeling towards you." "What feeling? Anyway, you must have thought of a way to win them over." "How is that possible?" "I think they're so close to me because I'm Madam." Gu Jingze shook his head and didn't say anything more. He just looked at Lin Che deeply. At this moment, Lin Che was sitting there and looking at her phone. She suddenly saw Gu Jingming's message. "My God, when did Big Brother get a fiancé? Why didn't I know?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at it.
Oh.
Chapter 347. "Hey, you already knew?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Gu Jingze said, "I asked someone to draft this speech. What do you think?" Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze, are you going to meddle in these things too? What do you think I'm dealing with every day?" "All right, of course I don't understand people like you who are in the center of power. I just need to worry about what I'm going to eat for breakfast tomorrow. However, I still feel very proud when I think about how I have such a powerful man by my side." Hee. Gu Jingze looked at her infatuated look and said, "You just realized that your man is powerful." Yeah. He can decide the fate of so many people with just a lift of his hand. Just thinking about it makes me feel so classy. I've always been very powerful. It's not like you don't know that." He smiled and squeezed her hand even harder. Lin Che was stunned. He suddenly understood that she meant something else when she said powerful. This guy. He's getting more and more experience these days." Lin Che scanned the news and said, "I didn't expect that someone as serious as Big Brother would get a room with his fiancée. But it makes sense. Big Brother is a man too. You look very serious, but you're actually not a hooligan." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "Do you really think that everything in the news is true?" "What do you mean?" Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze in surprise. Gu Jingze said, "This is all fake."
What?
"Big Brother came to discuss with me yesterday. Last year, he accidentally touched a woman and was schemed against. They kept posting pictures of him. This time, while I'm injured, everyone in the Gu family is busy with my affairs, so they took action again and exposed the pictures again." Who's secretly targeting the Gu family?
Yeah.
"Do you think that the Gu family is the only big family in C country, and we don't have to be afraid of anyone?" "We don't have to be afraid of anyone in C country, but this time, the special envoy from M country met with me. I'm afraid that it was done by our old enemy. The Gu family's mortal enemy is, the Gu family's archenemy is named Lin. His eldest son, Lin Yuyang, created many terrorist incidents to fight against the Gu family. He does things differently from us. He doesn't participate in politics, but he controls the lifeline of H country. He relies on his ruthlessness. You've seen the way they did things this time. They are very direct. So, we are very worried that they will harm us, so we can only use this method to shut their mouths." Lin Che said, "It's so complicated." Of course. That's why I said that a brain like yours isn't suitable for politics. I thought country C was already powerful enough. Silly girl, so you really didn't know who I was before you drugged me? Gu Jingze looked at her and asked. Lin Che said, "Of course. If I knew that you were so arrogant and domineering, I wouldn't have dared to touch you. I used to think that Qin Qing's family was already very powerful, and so was my father's side. I didn't pay much attention to politics or economic news. I only read gossip about Gu Jingyu. There are a few families in Sea Country that are very powerful. Now you know that the Gu family is an old family with 100 years of history in Sea Country. There's also the Lu family, which is also a descendant of a famous family. They fought together to conquer the country. There's also the Wan family. Wan Hua used to be the flower of diplomacy. You should have learned about it in your high school textbooks. It's just that they didn't clearly state how powerful the Wan family is. Compared to them, what is Qin Qing's family? Speaking of Qin Qing, he even said disdainfully. Lin Che glared at him. What a petty guy.
He's still talking about Qin Qing.
So now that person is targeting you, then will you be in danger? It's fine. It's not that dangerous. I'll just be more careful than usual. Gu Jingze was already used to it. He didn't want to say too much to Lin Che, in case he scared her. But looking at Lin Che, he thought that no matter how dangerous he was, it would be fine as long as Lin Che didn't encounter such danger. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Lin Che was in danger like him, and he didn't want to think about it. He thought that he should be more careful about Lin Che's safety in the future. Lin Che looked at the news and said, "Who is this person?" Big Brother also said that he's a person with no background. Is he a commoner? You'll find out in the future. It's not certain whether he'll be exposed in the future. Don't think too much about it for now. Lin Che thought that was true. She just had to take care of herself. She definitely wouldn't be able to participate in their complicated affairs. Gu Jingze was almost fully recovered. The Lu family invited the Gu family to go to the Lu family's stud farm. Although Gu Jingze was injured, he still agreed. After all, this was the first gathering after the marriage between the two families. He could not go. Early in the morning, Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che up to choose a riding outfit. Lin Che had never ridden a horse before. Looking at the riding outfit, she found it interesting. "These clothes are so beautiful," she said. "They look so exquisite." "You choose one, and I'll choose another," Gu Jingze said. "You can only tell if they look good after wearing them." "What are you looking at?" "I'm just curious, because I've never seen them before." "Hey, I think this looks good." She chose a green one. She looked at another riding outfit of the same color. It was black with green edges. It looked very compatible with this outfit. Lin Che immediately said, "Gu Jingze, how about you wear this?" Gu Jingze looked at it and said in disdain, "No, I'll still choose the gray one." Lin Che said, "Don't be like that. I'm green and you're green. We look like we're wearing matching outfits." "No, I don't like such bright colors." "Don't be like that, Gu Jingze. I haven't worn matching outfits with anyone before. Do you want to try it? I think it'll look good." "You haven't worn it with anyone before?" That's right. Other than having a crush on that gigolo, she had never fallen in love with anyone else before. Thinking of this, his expression seemed to soften a little. Lin Che pulled his arm. Hubby, look. Other people have worn matching outfits. I've never worn matching outfits in my life. I'm so lame. Should we wear it together?" "Should we?" What Gu Jingze couldn't stand the most was Lin Che's puppy-like expression. He looked like a puppy that had just been abandoned by the roadside. He looked at him pitifully, his mouth and eyes showing extreme desire, and he kept calling him hubby. In the end, Gu Jingze could only sigh and look at the green outfit with a dark expression. Chapter 348. If this outfit comes with a green hat, don't expect me to wear it.
Ha 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 ha, how can that be?
Who would dare to make the great Gu Jingze wear a green hat? Lin Che said with a smile. Looking at Gu Jingze, she thought happily, sure enough, calling me husband works every time. This made Lin Che very happy, especially when he looked at the riding outfit. He thought that he would look good in it. Lin Che changed clothes with him. When they came out, Gu Jingze was already dressed. He didn't really like this green color. Although it was just a corner, he felt that it didn't match his character. However, Lin Che was completely different. He raised his eyes and looked at the valiant woman dressed in dark green. This Lin Che, if he wanted to be seductive, if he wanted to be handsome, he could be handsome, as expected of an actor's talent. When Lin Che and Gu Jingze went out together, the servant was stunned. Looking at their clothes, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Madam, you look so good. You look so good together with Sir." Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. She looked at Gu Jingze and said proudly, "What do you think? I told you that you look good in this." Gu Jingze glared at her. "Don't act like you don't deserve it." However, he looked at the reflection of the two people in the mirror. Indeed, they were not bad. Gu Jingze smiled, looked at the woman beside him gently, and got into the car. The Liu family stud farm was huge. The people who came were not only from the Liu family but also those who were on good terms with the Gu and Liu families. Before they left, Gu Jingyan had already told Liu Beichen, "You'd better behave later. No matter how much you hate me, don't show it. Otherwise, it won't be good for all of us." Liu Beichen said, "Don't worry. Just don't act like a resentful woman." Gu Jingyan changed into the riding outfit and put on the hat. This wasn't the first time Liu Beichen saw her in the riding outfit, but she still made Liu Beichen take a second look. When he saw Gu Jingyan turn around, he glared at her again and walked out first. Gu Jingyan was, after all, the campus belle back in the day. No matter what she wore, she would never look bad. As she grew older, her beauty became a little more delicate. He thought that Gu Jingyan had many suitors back in the day. At that time, he had helped her chase away many suitors. He just didn't expect that one day he would be like a stranger to her. Before Gu Jingze and Lin Che arrived, the Liu family and some members of the Gu family had already started to choose horses. Liu Chuxia was wearing a yellow riding uniform and a safety helmet. Her hair was spread out below, making her look even more slender. Many people's eyes followed her graceful posture as she rode the horse. Liu Chuxia was already very familiar with this kind of gaze. After all, she was the #1 socialite and had many followers outside. Moreover, although the people who came were on good terms with the Liu family and the Gu family, they were not as powerful as the Gu family and the Liu family. So, when they saw the children of the two families, they were very envious. They also felt that the halos on them made them more charming. Liu Chuxia dismounted from a horse. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Chuxia looks good riding a horse." Liu Chuxia smiled and said, "Auntie, you praise me too much. I come here often to practice, that's why I look like this." Mu Wanqing said, "Just because you look good, you look good. Look, those young men are about to fall for you." "Oh right, Chuxia, you're not young anymore. Have you found a boyfriend?" "Auntie, I have someone I like, so I don't want to find a boyfriend," Liu Chuxia said shyly. Mu Wanqing didn't know what she was thinking. She smiled and said, "It's good that you have someone you like. Annie is just asking to see if there's anyone you like among those young men." Liu Chuxia looked at those men. Although they were all looking at her with great support, Liu Chuxia wasn't interested at all. The man she liked was a powerful man like Gu Jingze, not these cats and dogs. However, she still smiled at them and was very friendly. Seeing that everyone was smiling at her and looking at her with respect, she elegantly got on the horse and walked towards the door. She thought that Gu Jingze should be here soon. Lin Che got out of the car first. Gu Jingze went out to make a call, and she stood alone outside the racecourse, looking at the scenery. This was also a famous scenic spot in B City. It was spring, and many tourists came here to play. Not long after, someone noticed Lin Che and called out, "Hey, isn't that Lin Che?" Yeah, I think it's Lin Che." Everyone fought to look over and called out Lin Che's name in his direction. "Oh my God, is Lin Che here to ride a horse?" Lin Che, you're so beautiful. Lin Che, I really like watching your TV series. When are you going to be on a new one? Seeing this, the surrounding security guards quickly surrounded them to block the crowd. Originally, only one person recognized her, but when that person called out, the surrounding people immediately noticed her. On the way, they met a celebrity, and it was a celebrity who was very popular recently. Everyone was very excited. Seeing that everyone was pushing and shoving, Lin Che quickly said to the security guard, "Be careful, they're all innocent people. Don't use too much force, everyone be careful." Seeing that Lin Che was so friendly, everyone shouted even more. Lin Che said embarrassedly, "Sorry, everyone can take a picture together."
Don't push.
Lin Che took a selfie stick and took a selfie with the fans behind her as they were stopped by the security guard. She said, "I'll put it on Weibo. Everyone, go and get it yourself. Thank you, everyone. I'm leaving now." Seeing that Lin Che was so friendly and nice, everyone stopped pestering her and said to Lin Che, "Hurry up and go in. Don't waste time." Lin Che, eat more.
You're so thin.
Lin Che, your clothes are so beautiful. Lin Che was satisfied with the compliments. She waved at everyone and quickly went in. At first glance, she saw that Gu Jingze was already inside the room. He probably saw that she was too noisy outside, so he didn't come in directly. Seeing that Lin Che came down, Gu Jingze smiled and looked outside. "You've chased me all the way here. Looks like you're quite famous now. Of course, your wife is a celebrity now." Lin Che opened her Weibo and showed it to Gu Jingze. "See, I have 5 million fans. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best." Gu Jingze glanced at it. She had already beautified her face, so he posted the picture. Below it were the words, "The students who took the picture just now are here to get it. Everyone, be careful when you're playing. Although I'm very beautiful, don't chase after me." Gu Jingze was speechless as he thought, "This Lin Che is really weird." You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.